This meeting is now again in session. Can I ask the gallery to please be seated? Thank you. Having said that, I'm going to ask the Executive Mayor to table the multi-year budget for 2026-27 to 28-29. Mayor. Councillors, I'm going to ask you to please pay attention. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, members of Council, acting municipal manager, directors, and members of the public. Good morning or good afternoon once again. Today I rise to table the adoption of a budget that builds on progress and difference we are already making in the lives of our residents. As I said in March, when I tabled the draft budget, last year we tabled a budget of difference. This year we deepen that commitment, not only to extend that difference, but to ensure it is felt more clearly, more fairly, and more meaningfully across every corner of this great municipality. This morning, or this afternoon, I also tabled a budget of responsiveness, a budget shaped by listening to our people, acting responsibly and within the bounds of compliance, and now delivering practical support and sustainable governance. Today I ask Council to adopt this budget as a budget of responsible action. With this budget, I ask that we stand together, regardless of political affiliation, to support the residents of George Municipality, because that is what leadership demands of us. Leadership requires from us there's more than slogans, noise, and political theatre. Our residents are not interested in who can shout the loudest in the community hall. They want leadership that understand their realities and responds with practical solutions. They want a municipality that listens when people are struggling, acts responsibly, and delivers where it matters most, in daily lives of ordinary residents. Mr. Speaker, this final budget before Council today has gone through the full democratic process. Public participation in meetings we held across our municipal area. And once again, I had the privilege of engaging directly with residents from all walks of life. Our people have had their say. They spoke about affordability. They spoke about electricity. They spoke about rising costs. And they spoke about the pressure households continue to face every single month. We listened carefully, and today this budget reflects that. Mr. Speaker, councillors and the residents of George, our draft budget also underwent rigorous financial scrutiny. National Treasury assessed the budget and found it to be credible, relevant, sustainable, and funded. That matters, because in local government, a budget is not judged by what sounds good in a speech, it is judged by whether it is funded, whether it can be implemented, and whether it can survive contact with reality. This budget can. National Treasury did caution municipalities against leaning too heavily into social assistance in ways that could place future sustainability at risk. Mr. Speaker, we take that caution seriously, but what we also take seriously is the reality facing many of our residents. Families are struggling because of economic pressure and failures elsewhere in the system that continue to place strain on local government and ultimately on households. Local government cannot pretend that residents are unaffected by what happens nationally. They are affected every single month. When electricity costs rise, when the economy struggles, and when working families have less money left at the end of the month. But let me be equally clear today. George will not become a municipality that protects itself by abandoning vulnerable residents. We will continue doing everything responsibly can to protect poor households, vulnerable residents, and struggling middle-income families. But we will do so responsibly. Met ander woorde, meneer Speaker, ons sal help, maar ons sal nie roekeloos wees nie. Ons sal omgee, maar ons sal ook verantwoordelik bestuur. Mr. Speaker, the budget before Council today provides for a capital budget of 797.2 million rand and an operating budget of 4,017 rand for this 2026-27 financial year. Listen properly, Councillor Rosado. This is not a budget built on fantasy, it's a budget built on priorities. Because if we fail to protect infrastructure, financial stability, and service delivery now, our residents will pay a far greater price later. That is why we have taken a deliberate and responsible approach to tariffs. Residents of George, for the 2026-27 financial year, the municipality has kept increases on property rates, water, sanitation, refuse removal, and other general tariffs at 3.7%. As I said, when tabling the draft budget in March, this is a conscious decision to protect residents, avoid overburdening middle-income households, and govern responsibly. Mr. Speaker, on electricity, despite ESCOM imposing a 9.01 bulk increase for municipalities, we have chosen a different path. The tariff increase we are approving today is 7.88%. That means that the municipality is absorbing part of the increase ourselves, instead of simply passing the full burden directly onto residents. We are sharing the burden with you. Again, Mr. Speaker, that is what responsive governance looks like. That is what leadership in action looks like. It is not accidental, it is not luck. It is a deliberate choice to intervene where we can and to provision residents against pressure where possible. Because governing responsibly doesn't mean shrugging your shoulders and saying, this is what national government has done. Now, Mr. Speaker, we see the failing at the national government sphere, but we find ways to intervene. Anybody can identify a problem, Councillor Lento. It's quite easy. It's sometimes that some of our opposition parties are really good at finding faults. But real leadership means looking at a problem and asking, what can we do to help our residents within our means? Real leadership is found in the ability to bring forward workable solutions, solutions that are properly researched, financially sustainable, and capable of being implemented in the real world. Real leadership requires solutions, practical solutions, sustainable solutions, solutions that can actually work. So even though national government may caution that we are providing relief to our residents, we still find a solution that is responsible and that will help our residents. Mr. Speaker, we now move to one of the most important parts of this budget, supporting vulnerable households. Now, supporting vulnerable households and residents is not optional, it's a responsibility. In March, I indicated that we would introduce one of the most progressive indigent support framework implemented by a municipality to date. Today, we are delivering on that commitment. Level 1 indigent support will from 1st of July 2026 apply to households earning between 0 rand and 9,680 per month, equal to 4 times SASSA grant threshold. Level 2 indigent support will apply to households earning between 9,681 rand and 14,520 per month, equal to 6 times SASSA threshold. Meneer die Speaker, ek herhaal, vlak 1 deernisondersteuning geld van 1 Julie 2026 vir huishoudings wat tussen R0 en 9,680 rand per maand verdien. Vlak 2 deernisondersteuning geld vir huishoudings wat tussen R9,681 en en R14.520 per maand verdien. Leierskap vereis aksie, nie geraas nie, so maak ons 'n verskil. Mr. Speaker, this expansion did not happen in isolation. In March, I shared the story of a resident, Mr. Gous, who attended a public meeting in Convent Gardens and asked a simple but important question. Kan die municipaliteit nie meer krag vir ons leerders inwoners voorsien nie? Daardie vraag het my gebly. Wel, meneer Gous, vandag is ons besig om u versoek 'n realiteit te maak. Ons het geluister aan jou gevraag. Ons het aksie geneem. En vandag lewer ons aan u en die inwoners van George die resultate. Mr. Speaker, we are increasing free basic electricity for indigent households from 70 units to 80 units per month. That is 30 units more than the national minimum requirement. At a time when national policy only requires municipalities to provide 50 units, George Municipality has chosen to provide 80 units because we understand the reality facing our residents. This is not a symbolic relief, it's a practical relief. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to briefly address a question that was raised regarding the approach followed by Stellenbosch Municipality. A municipality widely recognized for strong governance and one that the President himself publicly referred to when encouraging municipalities to learn from good governance practices. Stellenbosch is led by an esteemed colleague of mine and remains one of the country's leading municipalities. The question raised was, why can Stellenbosch provide 100 units of free electricity while George follows a different approach? The answer is simple. Good governance does not mean every municipality must apply identical policies. The difference in municipalities serve different communities with different economic realities, service pressures and supports needed. In George, we have deliberately adopted a broad two-tier indigent support model that extends assistance across a different income range. In addition to free electricity support, many qualifying residents in George also receive relief through waiving of basic charges related to water, refuse, and sewer services. So, while the approach may differ, the objective remains exactly the same: protecting vulnerable residents in a responsible and sustainable manner. That is what good governance does. It understands the needs of residents and responds accordingly. And that is exactly what this budget seeks to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we are also strengthening support for low to middle income households and pensioners through increasing rebates. This includes 40% rebate for qualifying pensioners earning up to R429,000 per annum on the first R2.475 million of the value of the primary residency. A 40% property rates rebate for households earning below R198,000 per annum, and a 20% rebate for households earning between R198,000 and R217,800 per annum. These are not abstract policy positions. These are practical interventions in the lives of residents, because affordability is not a talking point. It is a household reality. But Mr. Speaker, protection alone is not enough. We must also continue investing in the future of this municipality. We must continue to invest in infrastructure so that residents can live in a municipality that works not only today, but for generations to come. Over the MTREF, R2.66 million is allocated for sewer pump station upgrades, including 32 million in the 2026-27 for the Timberlake station, pump station 6, 72 million rand allocated to groundwater exploration and alternative water sources, and 161.3 million rand is allocated for stormwater infrastructure projects. The municipality is also allocating 97.5 million rand for a second transformer at the Scarport substation, and 30 million for smart electricity meters to improve billing accuracy and monitoring and fault detection. That is what serious government looks like. It doesn't only speak about growth, it funds the infrastructure that make growth possible. It doesn't only speak about dignity, it funds the services that protect dignity: water, sanitation, electricity, roads, and refuse removal. Mr. Speaker, the capital budget remains strongly focused on core infrastructure and trading services, with major allocations to civil engineering services and electrotechnical services. Some of these projects residents can look forward to include under civil engineering more than 6 million for stormwater upgrades in Harlem, nearly 9 million for stormwater upgrades in Kimberley, 10 million rand for the street upgrades in Uniondale, 3.6 million rand for the upgrades of Nelson Mandela Boulevard, and over 14 million rand for the upgrades of the Pacalsdorp Pump Station 3. Then under electrotechnical services, 2.5 million for high-mast lights, 5 million for upgrades of the Tensui substation, and 3 million for street lights improvement. Mr. Speaker, as stated in my early mayoral address, this budget also positions George for a more resilient and affordable energy future. The municipality continues supporting small-scale embedded generation, giving residents the businesses greater control over electricity costs and supply. To date, more than 1,200 SSEG applications have been received, over 450 applications have already been approved, contributing close to 24 megawatts of installed capacity. We've also made participation easier and more affordable. The export tariff has increased to 103 cents per kilowatt hour from 1st of July 2026. Smart meter costs have been reduced by more than 50%, and compliance requirements for smaller resident systems have been eased. At the same time, the municipality continues progressing independent power procurement programs aimed at securing more affordable electricity over the medium to long term. This forms part of a deliberate strategy to reduce reliance on ESCOM price shocks, to stabilize tariffs over time, and to provide residents with greater energy security. National Treasury further recommended the municipality financial governance and confirmed that budget reflects sound planning, prioritizing, and oversight, and that matters because good governance is not existing until it fails, or exciting until it fails. And when governance fails, the poor suffer, service delivery declines, and public trust disappears. So yes, Mr. Speaker, there's good news in the budget, but the good news is not spin. The good news is the budget is funded. Tariffs has been contained where possible. Support for vulnerable houses has been expanded. Infrastructure investment remains strong. And George continues to prove that disciplined governance can still deliver. Inwoners van George, hierdie begroting is nie net syfers op papier nie. Dit is 'n keuse. Keuse om inwoners te beskerm, keuses om infrastruktuur te belê, en keuses om die munisipaliteit finansiëel gesond te hou, en keuses om nie vandag gewil te probeer wees ten koste van môre se stabiliteit nie. Dit is 'n verantwoordelike regering. Mr. Speaker, residents do not expect perfection from government, but they do expect honesty, they expect discipline, and they expect leadership willing to stand with them during difficult times. This budget reflects exactly that commitment. At its heart, this budget makes a very clear statement. We will not govern through panic. We will not govern through populism. And we will not govern by passing every shock directly onto residents. We will govern with discipline, we will govern with compassion, and we will govern with long-term in mind. Because
Order,
every
please.
This budget is a choice. And with this budget, we are choosing stability over drift, delivery over excuses, infrastructure over neglect, and responsible leadership over empty noises. Mr. Speaker, I would like to conclude by reminding this council that this budget is for the residents of George. It's a budget designed to provide relief, protect our future, and continue moving this municipality forward. A vote for this budget is a vote for practical support, responsible governance, and continued progress for our residents. Political maturity requires that we sometimes look beyond party lines and recognize when a budget is genuinely aimed at helping the people. Leadership requires that we place the needs of residents above political point scoring and short-term grandstanding. Today, every councillor in this world has an opportunity to decide whether they want to contribute towards solution or simply contribute towards noise. So I ask this council, let us do what is right for the people of George. Dat ons as inwoners in eerste plaas, dat ons wys dat goeie regering steeds moontlik is wanneer mense belangriker raak as politiek. Mr. Speaker, the residents deserve leadership that is willing to act, willing to lead, and willing to make difficult but responsible decisions in the interest of progress. This budget reflects exactly that commitment. Leadership requires action, but political promises, posturing, and problems. So this budget demonstrates solution, action, and progress. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you, councillors. Please be seated. Thank you. We'll continue with the item 11.1. The first person to speak on the item is Elder Lady Kritzinger. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Aldermen, Councillors, and Directors, all the staff members present today. Joch Meyer, ek weet nie wat om te sê nou meer nie. You've just said it all. I want to support this budget because there was a lot of work that went into this budget, but that's not the only thing that made me. This is a budget built on responsible choices. My focus today is on what that means for our residents, especially those under pressure. Because, let us be honest, the biggest issue facing families today is not the policy debates. It is whether they can afford to live. And this budget responds directly to that reality. We can see it in the containment of the tariffs of 3.7% for core services. We can see it in the decision not to pass the full ESCOM increase onto residents. And we also see it most clearly in how this municipality supports the most vulnerable households. This budget expands indigent support in a meaningful way. Residents, you must please make use of these favourable changes that has been brought to you today. That is not a small adjustment. Dit is een duidelijke keuse om mensen eerst te stellen. But what is actually important is how this is done. It is done with a funded, credible budget informed and confirmed by National Treasury. That means we are not making empty promises. We are delivering support that can actually be sustained. Dit is die verskil tussen goeie bestuur en populisme. Burg, jy het dit gesê. Honourable Speaker, this budget recognizes a simple truth. You cannot speak about dignity if basic services become unaffordable, and you cannot speak about sustainability if you ignore the reality households are facing. This budget strikes that balance. It actually strikes that balance. It protects residents today. It supports those who need it most, and it does so without putting the municipality at risk tomorrow. Dit is verantwoordelike regering in aksie. Speaker, I've just got die drukkersduivels het ingeslyp op die rekening of die Customer Care Credit Control and Debt Collection Policy van 2026-27. This is vervat in Annexure C of this agenda on page 21. The that is section K, number 11 under section K, that the tamper fees that's in that section of the policy must please be removed. I thank you. As Mayor, I applaud you and MM and the CFO.
Thank you, Councillor.
all
Please finish up.
involved in this budget. I so propose that we
Thank
accept
you.
the recommendations as on page 220.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady.
2011. Thank you.
The next to speak on the item is Councillor Honey. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Speaker and fellow councillors and the Mayor and the public out there. Speaker, it's so sad to listen to somebody that is speaking something that is not going to happen. We as ANC, we don't support this budget. It's very painful. It's now almost 5 years. Every time we budget for something that is not happening. The budget is on the paper that doesn't touch the ground. So ibuhlungu into supporta into oyazi ezofikela ebantwini bakho. Umeya uthetha apha ngoma 4 billion noma 79 million rand for the capital project ezingafikeleli ebantwini bethu. Apha kugcwele inkosi nabezamakhoyisana ezomamela ukuthi lo masipala waseGeorge wenza ntoni for abantu abampofu. Apha besicima saxoxa indaba yelantika ye-disaster esijongene nayo ngoku. Most yezinto zethu zidilekile, akho zirufu, akho mibani, abantu baphila ngaphandle kombane. Ezo zinto asiziboni zibhajetwa ngumasipala we-DA. The only thing umeya ubheka ngezinto ezaziyo naye azizokwenzeka. Ibuhlungu umamela usodolophu webala osuka kwi-poor communities azobhreka apha ngento ayaziyo naye ukuthi ayenzeki. Well, iDA iyaplana ngezinto but imali ayifikeleleli kubantu bethu. Abantu bethu bahlala ebugqwayibeni, kunemali ezininzi ezikwi-disaster ezingaspendwayo esingayaziyo uba zigcwele ntoni ezo mali. Kwindaba ye-capital project, well, i-capital project ikhona on paper but ayifikeleli kubantu bethu. Zonke ii-areas zabantu abasokolayo sine-problem yelantika yokublokwa kwe-drain. Every 2 minutes i-drain iyabhlokwa but akho plan eyenziwayo for ezo zinto. Well, ikhona imali yebhajetwa but imali i-allocatwa ingaspendwa kwezinto efanele uba ziyenziwe. So singumbutho wesizwe African National Congress asiyisupport le budget because ayifikeleli ebantwini bethu. Kunzima ukuxhasa into oyazi azofikela kuwe iboniswa nje phaa eTV ingafikeleli ebantwini. Enkosi Speaker.
Thank you very much. Can I have a translation, please? Can I have a translation, please?
Good morning, Speaker and councillors and Mayor and the public. As the ANC, we do not support this budget. It's always so sad to support something that never reaches our people, our communities. We have people who have come here to listen as to how the municipality will make a difference to our people. But we know that this will not happen. We have roofs that are leaking that will never be fixed, electricity challenges, damages to properties that will never be corrected. But budgeting for things that will not happen is a waste of time. It's very sad to see our mayor also coming from one of the poor communities of George, standing in front of us and giving us this budget. Capital projects is always looking good on paper, but we know that none of this will ever be done. We have blocked drains in our areas, but we know that these will never be sorted. You hear of this budget, but we know that it will never reach our people. As the ANC, we do not support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kleinhans. You have 5 minutes.
We will just, Speaker, sorry, we will just turn it around, just swap around. Thank you.
You may continue. Before we continue, just 1 second, please. Can I ask Corporate Services to just move that so that I can see the time, please, because I cannot, the projector. Just move it slightly to the left, because I cannot see the time up there. Today would be a good day.
I will tell you the time.
Thanks. I cannot see around the corner there, so, and neither can the MM. Just move it slightly to the left. That's fine, thank you, Councillor Enter. That's perfect, thank you. You may continue.
Speaker.
They have 5 minutes, eh?
No, it's 2 now, thanks. Thank you, Speaker. 2 and 5.
Sorry, it's 7 minutes in total, yeah.
Ja, thank you. Okay, Speaker, die Patriotic Alliance wil weet, of dat ek sommer reg begin, ons stem geensins saam met die budget. Het hierdie municipaliteit enige iets geleer uit die onlangse natuurramp in George, of gaan ons maar weer net voort met dieselfde ou gesang oor infrastructure, good governance? Ons hoor dit elke raadsvergadering, maar daar is geen verbetering vir ons mense nie. Hierdie begroting mag dalk op papier mooi lyk, maar waar is die voorsiening vir toekomstige natuurrampe? Waar is die planne om ons gemeenskappe te beskerm wanneer dit weer gebeur? Speaker, talle huise met asbestdakke het ernstige skade opgedoen. Hierdie gebreekte dakke is nie net 'n strukturele probleem nie, dit is 'n direkte gesondheidsrisiko vir ons mense. Asbest kan lewensgevaarlik wees. Het ons in hierdie begroting voorsiening gemaak vir die veilige verwydering en vervanging van hierdie dakke? Of wys ons weer eens dat die veiligheid en gesondheid van ons mense nie prioriteit is nie? Speaker, die burgemeester het net voor die ramp gespog met hoe voorbereid die municipaliteit is, net om tydens die ramp totaal onkant gevang te word. Hierdie municipaliteit was geensins gereed nie. Mense moet wag tot na die storm weer vir iets soos basiese gamplas en van hulle wag nog steeds, terwyl gesinne wat dakloos gelaat is, daar lank in gemeenskapsale moes slaap. Asof dit nie genoeg was nie, is 'n bejaarde dame uit hierdie einste saal gesit, nadat ons versuim het om haar noodstruktuur betyds op te rig. As dit ons definisie van gereedheid is, moet ons ernstig gaan besin. Speaker, mag die mense van George onthou hoe hulle deur hierdie DA-koalisie behandel was tydens hierdie ramp en by die stembus in November en dan net die laaste ten afsluiting. Speaker, wil ek net vir die meier sê, baie dankie dat julle aan die PA geluister het. Ons het vir hierdie jaar gevra dat die free units verhoog word na 100 toe.
Councillor, you're taking a very big fat step. Councillor Kleinans, you can continue.
Speaker, thank you very much. Burgemeester, baie dankie. Jy sal die laaste DA burgemeester wees van George Municipality. Speaker,
I must remind the gallery, please. The gallery is not part of the...
Speaker,
Thank you.
councillors, colleagues, mense van George, talk is cheap. Vir jare hoor die mense van George dieselfde woorde, progress, difference, compliance, caring. Maar hy wil dit herhaal, talk is cheap. Hoe kan 'n caring government wees wanneer die regering fokus op winste, invordering met diere, kontrakteurs wat ons mense se huise verkoop, kontrakteurs wat munisipale infrastruktuur gebruik om ons mense te verdruk soos wat Hendrik Verwoerd dit gedoen het? Hoe kan dit 'n caring government wees wanneer ons arme mense hof toe gevat word? Net verlede week was 'n antie van Ranton, 80 jaar oud in die George Hof, bygestaan deur Leader Patrick Buys. Ons bysa nie, ons mense se plekke sal nie gevat word nie. Hoe kan dit 'n caring government wees wanneer gemeenskappe in Rosemore, die Beeskraal in Cornwall, Pacalsdorp Sportstadium, die stadium in Uniondale, ons mense, daar's geen geld vir sportontwikkeling nie. Mr. Meyer, jy praat van 80 eenhede. Jou eie minister sê 150 eenhede. Dis wat die Weskaap nodig het. Want in George is daar geen progressie. Soek maar progress seker op 'n ander plek. Want definitief, Meyer praat jy nie van wat in George aangaan nie. Meyer, die inwoners van hierdie wijk weet nie eers wat maak die budget hier nie. Want daar is niks vir wijk 27 opie. En nie eens vir wijk 14 nie. Maar jou raadslid van Rosedale klap hande vir 'n budget wat teen sy mense is. Hoe klap jy hande vir dit?
I'm I'm going to ask the gallery, please, cannot get involved.
Speaker, the
I'm going
Patriotic
to ask this the last
Alliance,
time, please. Thank you.
the Patriotic Alliance wil die volgende voorstel maak namens die PA, die ANC, Good en die PBI. Ons wil vir julle sê, ons is nie verdeeld nie. Ons sal George oorvat. Kom 4 November, die mense van George sal George deliver. Speaker, a people's budget lyk soos 30 miljoen vir sportsgronde. Ons gaan nie die dorp bankrot maak nie. Hierdie geld kom van MIC-fondse af, SRSA toekennings en private triple P's. 50 miljoen vir sypaadjies. Hierdie geld kan kom van die Naval Development Grant. 20 miljoen rand moet kom vir Kierwalle en vir Raslet Syfers se wijk wat wegspoel. Hierdie geld kan kom van Disaster Management Grant. 10 miljoen rand vir jeugontwikkeling. Hierdie geld kan kom deur die EPWP wat deur die DA misbruik word vir politieke punte. Dit kan kom ook van triple P's af. 10 miljoen rand vir die grant en uit. Herprioritisering van hierdie groot kontrakteurs wat so miljoene maak. Hulle moet belê in ons dorp en nie wat die DA hulle toelaat nie, want hulle moet T-shirts koop. Speaker, 'n belangrike ding is, ons gebiede is deur mekaar, maar law enforcement word gebruik om die dorp te beskerm. Die Patriotic Alliance en Coalition Government sal geld beskikbaar stel vir buurtwagte, 10 miljoen rand om seker te maak, waar ons bly, is dit ook veilig om te bly. Speaker, verder, ons soek veiligheidskameras, 10 miljoen rand vir veiligheidskameras, want ons besighede word ook besteel, nie net in die dorpie, Speaker, ek wil het herhaal, hoe kan 'n breinraaslid van die DA vandag vir 'n begroting teen hulle mense stem, wat ons gaan chase op die battlefield, waar die mense van George, julle sal ons mense
Councillor, can I ask you to stop there for a second, please? Councillor, I'm going to ask you to stop there for a second. Council, I'm going to ask the gallery. I clearly said at the beginning of the meeting that the gallery cannot participate in the meeting.
Speaker,
And
laastens,
I'm going to, your time can be stopped, but I'm going to take this opportunity to ask you, this is the last warning. We cannot permit you to be involved in it. This is not your meeting.
Speaker. No, Speaker.
Councillor,
You are
Councillor,
wrong.
don't.
No.
Councillor,
Councillor Fry that is making
I'm
noise.
talking about,
That-
no.
I don't know the name
Councillor,
of that
Councillor Ndaka,
Yes.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the public.
But you are wrong.
I'm talking to the public.
But you are wrong.
Chief Whip, I'm going to ask you to step in here again, please. I'm talking to the public and not to you, Councillor Ndaka. I'm going to ask the public to refrain from any participation, whether it be applause or anything. Thank you. Councillor Kleinans, you may continue, please.
Speaker, I just have a point of clarity, please. I just want to ask
What is
you
your point of
something.
clarity? And
Okay, sorry, I just want to ask you something. Please, will you also address Councillor Fry? We're starting this. Because
Councillor-
he's making noise from that
Councillor-
side. It's not only the gallery. I just want to make that clear.
Councillor-
It's both sides. Thank you.
it's from both sides of the council, but I'm talking about the rules regarding the gallery.
Okay, no speaker.
Both sides of the council, both councils, side of the council have been yelling each other.
Yeah.
And I haven't stepped up yet. So I'm going to continue with this meeting.
Speaker.
Councillor Mndaka, I'm going to
My
ask you
hand
to
is
put
up.
your
Am I
hand.
not allowed to
What is
speak
your
in
hand up
this
for,
council?
ma'am?
Thank you. Point of clarity. Speaker, I've seen you are watching. You were letting those people to the other side. Councillor Fry, the councillor is him. I don't know that councillor.
That one, yeah, that new one.
I don't have a problem with you clapping hands, Councillor. Councillor.
They were making noise, but let
Chief
me
Whip,
finish as
I'm
well.
going to ask for an
Let me
adjournment for
finish.
5 minutes and you
Why
can talk
am
it
I
out,
not
please. Thank you.
finishing?
This meeting is adjourned for
You
10
allow me
minutes.
to speak. Right? It's not right. It's not.
Councillors, thank you. We're going to restart the meeting. Councillor Kleinans, you have 1 minute and 7 seconds left.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, die laatste gedeelte van die proposal is dat 100 miljoen rand begroot kan word, nie deur George fondse nie, deur die UISP, informal upgrade settlement, wat van national government afkom, Speaker. Speaker, en dan hierdie proposal is geteken deur myself as die voorsteller en gesekondeer deur raadslid Rosa Lou. Speaker, u moet asseblief nie politiek speel nie en vir die DA tyd gee om hulle replies te skryf. Baie dankie. Salut ons, baie zijn nie.
Salut. Ja, dan kan je me niet wat man. Laat nie.
Nee, is klaar.
Vat hulle vlag.
Can I have the translation in the meantime, please?
Speaker, Councillor Foster said that the PA does not support the budget. They also looked at examining the budget and found that it might look good on paper, but when it is there, it does not address the real problems on the ground. The broken asbestos roofs are an example where they are not addressed. Did we budget for their removal? No, we did not. The further then says that the George Municipality was caught unaware by the floods, and the issue of gun plus is actually not just a solution only. There were people that were sleeping in this hall, and their structures have not been completed as of yet. So, on another program, also electricity. So there was an elderly lady that was moved from this hall, and we mustn't be doing some things like this. And he said also, he says to the mayor, thank you, Mayor, for listening to the PA by ensuring that the free use criteria is revised. Councillor Kleinans said that many of the issue of talk is cheap, and the fact that we were complying, saying that we wanted to comply, does not show that we actually care, because the debt collection methods of the George Municipality have been affecting the poor residents. He says that there's an elderly person that was in Toast-London who had to go and appear in court, and they are assisted by them because the municipality was taking them there for debt. Then there is also no money that is put up for sports development in the budget, and also more housing units are needed, as the George is not budgeting for that one. With respect to the Rosedale area, he said the councillor of the Rosedale area was clapping hands, but there is no development in that area. Then he further proposed, made a few proposals that we can, George can actually get money from. 30 million from NEEP allocation to address certain of the needs, 50 million for the sidewalks, 20 million also for disaster. But he then says also the EWP process should not be utilized to deal with political point scoring, and the law enforcement also does not help in the wards, and rather focus on the town. The further then says that there's another 10 million that could also be applied for and used in the wards, not just only in the town area. And he has put up all of those ones in a counter proposal, including the last part of the UISP grant that is available to assist 100 million could be obtained from that one. He says that you need to not delay the process to give the TA time to develop their replies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gertse. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues and the public in large is gegroet. Ons as PBI, dat is die manier dat ons kan saamstemmen met hierdie begroting nie, want hierdie begroting praat regtig waar nie vir ons mense nie. En ek wil hê die meier, sy weer op Facebook mee praat, Facebook meier, gaan maak seker van die aanhangsels aangetest, dis waarvan ek praat, maak seker, dan sal hy sien dat die kapitaalbegroting is meer vir die meerbevoorregdes as die minderbevoorregdes van hierdie dorp. Hierdie voorgestelde elektrisiteitsverhoging van 7.88% plaas verdere druk op ons inwoners wat reeds finansiëel swaar kry. Ons vra steeds, soos voorheen, dat die verhoging beperk word tot 5%. Veral in die lig daarvan dat die munisipaliteit vir die jaar 2025-26 'n aansienlike winsmarge getoon het. Daardie surplus behoort aangewend te word om verligting aan ons inwoners te bring en om eerder as om nog verder finansiëel te belas. Tweedens, Speaker, deur u na die Meyer, ons dorp is weer eens deur stormskade geruk en inwoners reg oor George is swaar getref. Tog val ons jarelange pleidooie telkens op doewe ore hier. Daar is steeds geen daadwerklike voorsiening in hierdie begroting vir grootskaalse storms, vloede of noodlenigings nie. Die George munisipaliteit moes lankal gehoor gegee het aan oproepe om 'n volwaardige rampeenheid op die been te bring en daarvoor behoorlik te begroot. En dit weerspieël nie in hierdie begroting nie. Ons mense smeek nog steeds net vir 'n stukkie gamplas. Net vir 'n stukkie gamplas, ja, om hulle dakke toe te maak, maar dit kan eers nie vir hulle gegee word nie, want so swak word daar bestuur en begroot vir hulle. Maar waar is die leierskap dan? Wanneer gemeenskappe swaar kry, is die DA, Vryheidsfront Plus, ACDP nergens te vind nie. Maar wanneer die stemtyd raak, word skielik sigbaarheid getoon. Jaar op jaar word hierdie munisipaliteit onvoorbereid betrap. Die vraag is, leer die raad ooit uit vorige rampe? Of dalk moet u gaan kers opsteek, soos al voorheen gesê is, by die Garden Road District munisipaliteit, hoe oor rampbestuur behoorlik beplan, bestuur behoort te word. Hierdie begroting moet daadwerklik begin fokus om die werklike omstandighede van ons mense, veral die armstes en die mees kwesbares onder ons, te voed. Ons as die PBI sal voortgaan om hierdie raad verantwoordbaar te hou en namens ons gemeenskappe te praat, sonder vrees of sonder guns. Thank you, Speaker.
Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, the council stated that year on year the municipality is caught unaware of this floods. And the question that is asking is why is there no dedicated disaster management unit that we are budgeting for? He further then says that it is actually not supportive of the increase because they were proposing a 5% increase as opposed to the one that is there. And they are also saying that the communities feeling the pinch with these electricity tariffs, and they still propose that reduction of 5%. It also then says that for flood disasters there's not enough provision made, and that is one problem that we will face every year. Council further states that for people to be pleading for a bit of colour plus during the floods and not being given by the disaster teams is unfair, and they will make sure that they focus on the poorest communities and defend them at all costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kitt. You have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Amilcar Cabral warned us that we should hide nothing from the masses of the people. We should tell no lies and we should claim no easy victories. And Speaker, this DA administration has become experts at claiming easy victories while communities continue suffering on the ground. The executive mayor stood here speaking about a budget of more than 4 billion rand, about good governance, solutions and leadership that he says it verdien aksie en nie geraas nie. But Speaker, communities do not eat speeches and ons moet nie die mense mislei nie, Speaker. Residents are still waiting with flooding, broken roads, housing frustration, unemployment and deepening poverty, while this administration continues congratulating itself as if George has no crisis. Yes, there are infrastructure projects we support, sewer upgrades, stormwater projects, electricity upgrades and alternative water resources are necessary. But Speaker, basic service delivery is not an achievement. It is literally the job of government. The mayor says they are sharing the burden with residents while tariffs continue increasing. Electricity goes up by nearly 8% together with refuse and other tariff increases. Speaker, our people are drowning financially. Pensioners are struggling, working families are struggling, and young people are sitting unemployed. And now the DA wants applause because indigent support was expanded and free basic electricity was increased to 80 units. But after years of DA governance, why are more and more residents needing indigent support just to survive? That is a real question, Speaker. The Mayor also speaks about solutions, but says nothing about a grant in aid fund for struggling families and community organizations. There's nothing serious about expanded sport infrastructure and youth development in communities like Pacalsdorp, Rosemore, Lewykamp, and Tembaletu. Speaker, you bring this budget meeting to Pacalsdorp because you want the votes of the people, but where is the real investment into the youth of Pacalsdorp? Young people are trapped between drugs, gangsterism, and unemployment while facilities continue deteriorating. Speaker, dit kan nie so aangaan nie. And Speaker, the DA cannot lecture anyone about good governance, while the PTNG and Go George disaster still hangs over this municipality. 244 million had to be repaid because national government lost confidence in these projects. Yet despite this failure, this administration continues throwing money at a transport system that many residents themselves say is not working properly. Speaker, over 105 million rand has already gone towards a deviation linked to a system while communities still struggle with basic needs. Speaker, how do you justify 105 million in deviations for a system that continues failing the people? At the same time, this municipality continues spending enormous amounts on legal costs. The question residents are asking is simple. Who exactly, Speaker, are you constantly fighting in court with the people's money? That money could have gone towards communities, towards youth programs, sport facilities, roads, and basic services. Instead, residents are expected to carry the burden while the DA boasts about applause from the President. That is not leadership, that is political arrogance. Is my time up now, Speaker?
Thank you, Councillor. You said it yourself. Thank you. Your time is
Speaker,
up, Mos.
I would
Thank you.
also, Speaker.
Ek sê, jy het dit myself gesê, your time is up, Mos.
Ja, maar
Can we have a translation?
Speaker, I would also like to place on record that the good party objects to the time allocation because this is a very important
Councillor, thank you. That's got
budget
nothing to
meeting,
do with the
Speaker.
item. Thank you
And
very much.
We won't
Thank
allow...
you, Councillor.
Speaker,
Councillor, I'm not going to take notice of
Speaker, we
that.
won't
Councillor,
allow-
you've got a
allow
skepskop,
enough
asseblief.
time
Dank
for
u.
constructive debate.
Thank you. Can we have it? Is it anything
So
to
we would
translate?
just like
No,
that
no
to be
translation.
recorded in the minutes,
Councillor
please.
Kit,
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker.
ek gaan nergens verder vat nie. Nee, Raadslid Kit moet asseblief cool down. I've made a ruling, we're going to move on. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Lamini. You have 1 minute, please.
Speaker, voor ik begin te praten, kan ik alsjeblieft iets noemen.
Councillor, your minute starts now.
Met uw vergunning.
Nee, daar is geen vergunning nie. Jy het 'n minuut.
Als de EFF stemmen ze samen met die hele budget niet. En als de councillor vanaf Union Dale, de enige een wat is in de oppositie. Speaker, kan ik het volgende noemen. En ik wil het duidelijk noemen, Speaker, dat die budget praat niet met ons in Union Dale niet. Ik ga niet zeggen hoe komt Speaker 1. 10.000 rand wordt begroot voor belasting in Union Dale, Haarlem en Nol. Voor de volgende 3 jaar. Terwijl er 200.000 rand gegeven wordt, Speaker, van Larry Fields en George. Wat moeten onze mensen van jullie denken? Speaker, daar wordt gedaan een paar jaar in Union Dale. Een paar jaar. Ons weten waar je niet. Voor die hele 5 jaar gaat het weer net 10 miljoen. Terwijl andere mensen bij Speaker, daar wordt niet bepland voor die sportvelden in Union Dale niet. Daar wordt niet bepland voor die gemeenschapszalen in Union Dale niet. Daar wordt niet gepland voor die zwembad in Union Dale niet, Speaker. Speaker, daar wordt niet eens bepland voor die mensen wat blij in de Achterhoek in Union Dale niet, Speaker. Maar jullie zeggen Union Dale geeft om. Jullie zeggen jullie geeft om voor het dorp.
Dank u.
Speaker, jullie geven om voor Union Dale
Dank u,
niet. Jullie is net daar voor jullie
Thank
zelf.
you, Councillor.
En onze mensen moeten kijken naar jullie.
Councillor.
Baie dankie, Speaker.
Thank you. Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, the council stated that as the EFF does not support the budget because as a union councillor, he is asking any assistance one is saying that there is amount of 20,000 budgeted for the latest, and he says another 200,000 that is budgeted for the Lights Festival, which is unfair because there's no parity. And he also says that the roads in Uniondale are only given another 10,000. There is also no planning that is seen in this budget for the community halls, the sports grounds, or the backyard shed, the umbrellas. So it clearly shows that the municipality is not caring about Uniondale.
Thank you very much. The last to speak on the item is Councillor R. Fichland. You make 2 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, laat ek begin om dankie te sê vir die mayor wat 'n responsible budget getable het. Ek wil dan die volgende net graag highlight. Daar was genoem dat daar nie die begroting voorsiening gemaak word vir Uniondale nie. Maar tog het die mayor vandag onder andere die volgende aangekondig. Dat 6 miljoen rand beskikbaar gestel word vir stormwater in Uniondale, 9 miljoen rand, jammer, 10 miljoen rand vir strate wat opgegradeer gaan word in Uniondale. So dit is onwaar dat daar nie vir Uniondale voorsiening gemaak word in hierdie begroting nie. Daar was ook genoem dat dit as gevolg van swak bestuur is dat die PTNG grant teruggevat is van George Municipaliteit. Dit is onwaar en die kiesers van George moet waarheid weet. Speaker?
A point of what, Councillor?
Wegstelling.
A point of clarity or a point of order?
Speaker, laat ek begin nou sê. Het my nie weggewoon nie, Speaker. Ek het nie gesê dat daar word nie gekyk na Uniondale nie.
Councillor, you have not quoted the point of order. Councillor, you have not quoted the point of order. You had your turn and nobody's interrupted you, Councillor. I'm going to give you your first warning, Councillor. Thank you very much, Councillor. Chief Whip. I'm putting that as a first warning. Councillor, I'm giving you your first warning. Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to ask you to put your microphone off and sit down. Stand down. You've had your turn to talk. You've had your time to talk. Nobody interrupted you, Councillor. Councillor, nobody interrupted you. Thank you. Councillor, continue.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Speaker, die PTNG grant is teruggevat nie omdat dit 'n sukses in George was nie, of omdat dit 'n sukses in die Kaap was nie. Dit was omdat dit 'n failure was daar waar die ANC regeer het en dis hoekom die PTNG grant teruggevat is. Dit het niks te doen met George Municipaliteit se bestuur van die Go George busdiens nie. Die hoë elektrisiteitstarief is nie net 'n probleem in George nie, maar dis 'n probleem reg oor Suid-Afrika. Weereens nie ons skuld nie, maar die skuld van Eskom wat geloot was deur die ANC en dit weet ons almal. Die George Municipaliteit het egter verder gegaan en gesê ons gaan nie die verhoging deur laat trek na die mense toe van George, ons gaan dit absorbeer en dit is wat die agbare burgemeester aangekondig het hier by ons. Daar is 'n voorstel ingedien, 'n teenvoorstel vir hierdie begroting wat melding maak van verskillende grants, onder andere 'n migrant en 'n neighborhood development grant. Laat ons dit op record stel, Speaker, die migrant bestaan nie meer nie. Die neighborhood development grant was 'n once-off grant wat ons gekry het. So daai begroting wat ingedien het is 'n teenvoorstel, is nie 'n credible begroting en ek kan daarvoor nie aanvaar word nie. Met hy klaar. Klein as nie dan lê nie maar.
Your time is up, Councillor. Can you conclude?
I second the proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The item is therefore seconded.
Speaker.
Councillor, this meeting is still in session.
Speaker.
Councillor Kidd.
Oh.
Councillor Kidd, if you have a point of order, I'd like to hear it. What is the point of order
Yes,
according to the
Speaker,
rules of
I would
order?
just like to correct
Councillor, I don't want you to correct anybody.
No,
you can,
Speaker, because
nobody
you
corrected
referred to
you,
the
Councillor.
PTNG funding.
Nobody
now,
count-
Speaker, the
Council-
PTNG funds was taken back. We had to repay it. Now in this budget again.
Can I have an order, please?
How is this
Speaker,
funding
I rise
funded?
on order 28.2.15. Can the whip of the good please talk to the councillor?
I'm going to ask the
But
whip of...
why is the speaker angry so early?
I'm not
Speaker
angry.
gave me an opportunity to speak.
Just do what you're supposed to do. We're here for the business of the day. And there's rules to be had. Councillors, I'm going to continue. Thank you very much. The item has been seconded. I'm going to read the counter proposal. The counter proposal reads, and it's going to be in Afrikaans, so you're going to have to translate it, please. In gevolge klausule 24 van die orderreëls van die Raad en sy komitee stel ek die volgende wysigings voor. In terms of clause 24, the rules of order of council, It is committees. I've proposed the following amendment. Die aanbeveling A tot E van item 11.1 in die agenda van vandag se vergadering vervang word deur die volgende. Ons vra 80 miljoen vir sportvelde en sportontwikkeling. Is ek reg? 50 million vir sypaadjies in Cornwall en Parkdean. Rosemore, Borchards, Timberletu, Touwsranton. Uniondale, Haarlem en Pacalsdorp. 20 million vir Keerwalle. 10 million vir buurtwagte support. 10 million for grant in aid policy. 10 million vir cameras in hot zones. Alle budget-related beleide moet teruggestuur word en werkswinkel word met councillors. 100 million vir elektrifisering vir informele nedersettings. Would you please translate that for me?
The counter proposal is you read it based on the proposed reform to amend the recommendations into on the agenda is the proposal that 30 million be set aside for sports grounds development, another 40 million be set aside for sidewalk developments in areas on firm watches and Union Day. And there's also walls called Kirwan that needs to be budgeted for, as well as the CPF to be supported. And also further 10 million needs to be put aside for the CPF. The budget policies, the company proposal is saying that they must be referred to a workshop for the councillors. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the translation. Councillors, at this point of time, I need to bring your attention to the MFMA, Section 18 and Section 28 of the MFMA, which both speak to the funding of a budget. And I'm raising this point, and I'm going to ask that the municipal manager, through the municipal manager, that the legal department takes us through the fact that the amended budget or the amended proposal does not conform with the MFMA. And Councillor, listen to the legal department first. Councillor, I'm going to. Councillor, I'm going to read. In fact, I'll read it to you myself. Councillor,
Speaker, you
it
can't,
clearly
you
says.
No, you are misleading council, Speaker.
I'm
you
not.
are misleading council, Speaker. You are misleading council. Speaker, you can uitsit, but you are misleading council. You are misleading council. That is not.
No, Councillor,
you are not
I'm
a
not
lawyer.
misleading
Let the
anybody.
legal advisor or the MM tell us that, and we will take it on legal review.
Thank you
Let
very
me
much.
tell
You may
that.
do that. I'm going to ask the legal department to go through the section 18 and 28 of the MFMA, which clearly states on what ground an amendment can be brought to council.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and councillors. So the counter proposal that was submitted, council must remember budget goes through a 12-month process, and it is based on the expenditure and income that the municipality is going to receive within that year. So the counter proposal asks for almost 300 million rand more than the municipality has budgeted for. So in order, in terms of the MFMA, a budget has to be funded and balanced based on the income and expenditure of that municipality. So in the counter proposal, there's no indication as to where this money is coming from. All it says that there must be an increase of 80 million, 50 million, 20 million, but there has to be a counter as to where are the municipality gonna have that 80 million and transfer to this particular capital projects that's listed here. So therefore, the municipality, if it does vote on this, will result in the municipality having an unfunded budget which is against the provisions of the MFMA. And therefore we cannot allow this proposal. Thank you.
Speaker, 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 I am the
I'm going to,
proposer.
Councillor, hold on 1 second. I'm going to put this over to vote. I brought this to your attention because I need to make it very clear that the decision that you're making today has impact on the MFMA. So I've done my duty as the Speaker to protect this Council, that you are aware of the full MFMA ramifications. Councillors, okay, so therefore we're going to vote. We are going to vote for the amended budget or against the amended budget. So first of all, by show of hands, those of you that are going to vote for the amended budget.
Eerst ook gaan we weer tegen ons vote. Eerst ook gaan tegen ons vote.
Councillors, we are in a voting process. I don't want anybody to... This is a voting process, please.
Ja, ik kan alleen handjes opsteken. Alleen handjes opsteken. Dat is allemaal voor heel goed. Handjes opsteken.
Thank you, councillors.
Yes, so.
Let's maintain order, Chief Whip.
Yes, so.
Can I ask the whips to please maintain order? This is a voting process and the meeting has not been adjourned.
Nog weer opsteken.
Right, thank you. You may put your hands down. You may put your hands down, thank you.
Houd op.
Now I'm going to ask for those of you voting against the counter proposal.
Kijk wat Jack, we gaan. Kijk wat Jack, we gaan.
Vrij, vat de voet vrij.
Jij gaat moe om handje op te steken.
Vrij. Vat de
Jij
voet
gaat moe om handje op te steken. Precies man. Hey.
Vrij en weer zo.
Handje op te steken, Jack. Dion.
Vat de voet van
Jack,
vrij.
handje op te steken.
Ons het die foto van vrij. En hier zo.
What 25 is bad?
Hij is slim.
Jack, je kan het handje opsteken, je kan eens praten in de meeting, je voelt toch?
Ik kan niet buiten vervangen worden.
Je denkt, je moet een handje opsteken, je houdt niet. Hier bij ons is het freedom of speech.
Thank you, councillors. Can I have your attention, please? Councillors.
Als dat cijfer net gestemd in die keerballen.
Thank you very much, councillors. The voting is as follows.
Wat zeg?
Thank you. The voting is as follows. Those for the amended proposal, 23. Those against, 30. The item as proposed therefore carries. The budget for 2026 is approved. Thank you, councillors. We'll move on, please. Councillors, we'll move on, please. The next item, the next item on the agenda is I'm going to ask the Executive Mayor the final review of the 5th Generation Integrated Development Plan, IDP 2022-27, and the final Municipal Spatial Development Framework, MSDF, by Alderman Johnson.
Honourable Speaker, fellow councillors, members of the Mayoral Committee, Municipal Manager and senior officials, representatives of government, stakeholders, members of the public,
It's
media,
11.3.
these were the deep sense of responsibility and commitment that I rise today to table the final review integrated development plan and budget for the George Municipality for 2026-2027 finance year. This IDP remains our municipality's principal strategic planning instrument and serves as the framework that guides development, budgeting, governance and service delivery across our municipal area. This review IDP reflects Council's commitment to sustainable development, responsive governance and sound financial management. More importantly, it reflects our commitment to the people of George, to listen to their needs and to act responsibly and to deliver services and infrastructure that improve quality of life across all boards. As Council, we acknowledge that the year under review was not without significant challenges. Municipalities throughout South Africa continue to operate in difficult economic climate characterized by rising operational costs, increased service delivery pressure, and growing demands on municipal infrastructure. International development and fuel prices increases have further impacted municipal operations and place additional pressure on service delivery costs. At the same time, the recent severe weather events experienced in the Western Cape, including the impact on George, have once again highlighted the importance of resilient infrastructure, disaster preparedness, and proactive planning. Despite these challenges, George Municipality continues to demonstrate institutional stability and responsive governance. Through careful planning and prudent financial management, we have remained focused on protecting service delivery while maintaining the long-term financial sustainability of the municipality. The IDP before us, before Council today, is the outcome of extensive public participation and stakeholders engagement. Board committees, community organizations, sector departments, and residents all contributed to shaping the priorities reflected in this document. This process reinforces our commitment to participatory democracy, transparency, and accountable governance. Our strategic priorities remain clear. We continue to focus on stimulating local economic growth and investment, expanding and maintaining critical infrastructure, improving access to affordable and quality municipal services, promoting environmental sustainability and climate resilience, enhancing community safety and social well-being, and strengthening institutional efficiency and good governance. These priorities are fully aligned with the municipal strategic objectives of building a growing economy, maintaining a safe, clean and green environment, ensuring affordable quality services, strengthening good governance and promoting participation partnership. The reviewed IDP further demonstrates alignment with national and provincial development framework and ensure that the municipality planning, budgeting and performance management remain integrated and accountable. This document is not merely a legislative requirement, it is a practical roadmap for development. It presents our collective vision for resilience, inclusive and opportunity-driven George. A municipality where residents can live, work and thrive in a safe, clean and sustainable environment. I wish to express my sincere appreciation to all councillors, yes, all councillors, municipal officials, ward committees, stakeholders and residents who participated in the IDP review process. Your contributions continue to strengthen our municipality and our shared vision for the future. As we table the final review IDP and budget for adoption, let us remain united in our commitment to responsible leadership, ethical governance and sustainable development for all people of George. I hereby respectfully table the 2026-27 final review integrated development plan and budget before council for consideration and adoption. I so move.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. The first to speak on the item is Elder Lady Kritzinger. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Executive Mayor, Councillors and officials. This integrated development plan for 26-27 once again
Can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Ek kan nie daai kant van die tafel sit nie, was fine.
Councillor Lenter, please.
You're messing my time. Speaker, please protect me. This integrated development plan is once again demonstrated George Municipality's commitment to sustainable growth, responsible governance and improved service delivery for all our communities. This IDP highlights key priorities such as infrastructure investment, water and sanitation upgrades, road maintenance, housing development, safety initiatives, environmental sustainability and economic growth. It also reflects our continued focus on community participation and accountable governance. Despite economic and social challenges, George continues to grow as the economic hub of the Garden Route, with ongoing investment in transport, renewable energy, tourism and service delivery improvements. Important projects such as the expansion of the Go George transport system, upgrades to water and wastewater infrastructure, electrification projects and support for local economic development remain central to our planning. The IDP also shows a strong commitment to supporting vulnerable communities through housing opportunities, indigent support, youth development, safety programs and skills development initiatives. Most importantly, this document also reflects the municipality's plans that a municipality reflects a municipality that plans ahead responsibly, aligns its budget with community needs, and continues to build a resilient, inclusive, and sustainable future for the people of George. I therefore ask that this council to please adopt the recommendations as on page 2219 of this agenda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next to speak on the item is Councillor F. Mdaka. You have 3 minutes.
Yo, I don't stand, can I? Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much for this. I'm so not sure what are we adopting here. Are we adopting what we didn't even sit and approve? We said 2021, since the 2021, it's now 2026. Councillors have been here for about 5 years. They are here. IDPs were done in communities. Not a single item on the IDPs. If you can go and check on every ward, what has been done from your ward, from your IDP that you've given to municipality, you will find that maybe 0 things that were given by the councillors and the communities to be sent to the municipality IDP, but nothing. The IDP doesn't speak to our areas. The IDP is speaking to the other side of the town. Oh yes, it can do that because you are speaking here, Mayor, saying that you've done your public participation, but in Themba, I'm speaking Thembaletu because I'm staying in Thembaletu. Are you telling me of the meeting where you had 16 people for 5 wards? There was a rain on the day and you even didn't want to repeat the meeting, but people were 16 people in the hall for the IDP purposes, and you fight the officials fought there and said the meeting must be there. Is that the public participation we are talking about? It's not. We've said stop or continue using other method of communication for public participation. Don't only use George Herald for participation. Don't go to the libraries. Use something else. Call meetings where everyone is going to be there so that we address these things carefully. And I've got a counter proposal while I'm saying that the mayor must go again out and check the IDP that was sent by the wards in Tembalethu. Who's that now? Was sent by the people from Tembalethu, Bochas, Lavaikamp, Pacalsdorp, and review those IDP and sit down and said, no, we have done this in what 21, we have done this in what 15, we have done, this was from the IDP meeting. We are sitting with the public outside that knows that on the IDP we have put this. Now the mayor is making it beautiful and say that the mayor has done this, and it's not like that. It's not even it's not even mentioning that this ward has submitted this, Ward 17 has submitted this. It's not. And you are saying that we must agree on that, we must adopt that. How do we adopt something that we are not, it's not speaking to us, it's not speaking to the IDP items that were sent, it's not right. We will continue saying, you continue saying that George is, whoa. George is a good municipality, while it is not.
Thank you, Councillor.
George is not one-sided. It's not only for white people.
Thank you,
It's
Councillor.
also there. I know, Speaker, because I'm raising that, you are going to say that.
No, Councillor, your time is up.
Oh, okay. I've got a counter proposal, Speaker.
While the proposal is coming up, I'm going to hand over to the next party. The next party to speak is PA. Councillor Goeieman, you've got 4 minutes. Councillor, your time is up and I've moved
I
on.
have seen this thing. This
Can we
thing,
stop the
Speaker,
time,
in
please?
Afrikaans, you must
Councillor,
put the quota as well, yeah. I cannot
Councillor,
correct Afrikaans.
Councillor, can you sit down, please?
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Goeieman, continue, please. What is it?
Ons het onlangs met die storm gesien hoe dakke afgewaai het en families sonder skuiling gelaat het. Mense sit vandag nog sonder dakke na die storm. En dit is nie die eerste storm wat ons gemeenskap tref nie. Winter kom, winter gaan, maar daar is nooit genoeg fondse beskikbaar om ons mense te help om ons mense te help wat deur die storm getref word. Elke jaar word dieselfde probleme genoem. Maar daar word nie genoeg tale voorsiening in die hospitale gemaak. Daar is ook geen werklike programmering van sportgeriewe in die gemeenskappe soos Municipality, Pacalsdorp en Pacalsdorp. Moet hier verloor dat wij dat sport ontwikkelingsgeleenthede om dat net te hou van gewillig, bende en benda. Tweede word ook aandeling van klinieke en sportpaarden en dingen van die jaar en jaar niet gevraagd, terwijl die gemeenschap voor dienst tijdens het IDP het aanvraag voor die gemeenschap te ignoreren. Nog een groot probleem met die gebrek aan toegewijde voor die jeugdontwikkelingsbeleid. Ons vraagt bijna voor werkelijk in de problemen, maar waar is die werkelijke beleid in die jong mensen? Dit is ook een gemeenschap wat begint waar hulle stemme nooit mense in 'n finale akkoord probeer te doen. As hierdie raad lê dat hulle oor die twee dan moet ons koppel om net te luister na die enkele die begin luister om die werklikheid in te tree. In by 17 het ons gesê in die IDP begroting. Ons stem nie saam dat die werklik moet is wat dit geskryf word na die industrieel, na die besighede van die sogenaamde ander rasse. Ons het nog gevra dat hulle die jaap van die dat in by 17 maar 'n hele opgraderende projek van meer as 30 miljoen as geskryf na die industrieel. Dit hier dit van die studie van die gemeenskapsinsigte wat het geprobeer word in die DA wat dit voortklink en maak asof hulle 'n public participation I think.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Could we have a translation, please?
Speaker, the councillor from the PA is saying that the IDP is not only a paper process, it needs to be also covered in terms of the budgeting for the needs of the community that are raised in it. And he then says that the past, the communities that come in the past and given their inputs and needs, but when it comes to the budgeting process, these needs are not captured or budgeted for. And then it says that the communities are usually attend these public participation sessions, but the decisions that are taken there or proposals that are put up there are never implemented. He then says there's a 30-year waiting period for people in housing. So the housing is a problem, the removal of asbestos flows has also been shown during this flooding storms as a problem that needed to be budgeted for. And he also said that there are certain houses that have been damaged with the roofs, and the municipality has been budgeted for those fixes. And he talks about suggesting that there should have been an upgrading amount for the areas in terms of the sports development, Marekam and then Pacalsdorp, the areas that says have been captured there. Also, there is the upgrading of the parks and orchards needs to be addressed because it is not covered. The funds for youth development are also just only talked about in the IDP, but never is there any funds that are set aside properly. It says that people's views are only listened to but not implemented by the municipality. He further highlights Ward 17, where he says that an amount of 30 million was shifted on the budget to the industrial area, and it should actually rather been shifted to be implemented in the central area of this world. The people spoken and unfortunately their views were ignored again.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Foster.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you. Die PA verwerp hierdie IDP omdat daar geen publieke deelname was nie. En as daar wel was daar seker 'n paar mense binne. Ek het verlede jaar die PA oor hierdie einste probleem gesels wat binne in George gebeur. Dit raak nou al 'n afgewaterde issue, maar dit is baie duidelik dat die DA en sy vriende nie worry oor die mense nie. Ek wil dit baie duidelik maak dat in week 8 byvoorbeeld het ons 'n park in gemeenskapsaal en ek wil net vra hoekom moet my mense daar vandaan af loop tot in Konwil? Dan ten slotte wil ek dit noem. Daar word duidelik gestipuleer dat die inwoners se deelname nie 'n voorreg is nie, maar wel 'n reg. En ek wil dit weer repeat aan die DA. Dat inwoners se deelname is nie 'n voorreg nie, maar wel 'n reg. Dankie, Speaker.
Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, the council is stating that the PA rejects the IDP as there was no proper public participation process followed that was meaningful. Because even if there was any sessions that were done, only few people attended. And he says it's an old problem that has been experienced in George, and it is clear that the George municipality doesn't worry about their people. He also then highlights that there's people that were living in this ward, and he's asking why are they intending to be shifted to come to Conville. And with respect to his closing remarks, he states that public participation should be seen as a right and not a privilege.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is the PBI, Councillor D. Yankees, 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Speaker, councillors, and everyone present here today. Speaker, the statement is a clear call to transform the integrated development plan from merely a document on paper into a tangible reality that makes a meaningful difference in people's lives. Communities no longer want promises. They want service delivered, opportunities, and visible progress. Firstly, Speaker, the IDP must focus on effective service delivery. Residents deserve access to basic services, improve infrastructure, and job opportunities that can stimulate economic growth. The time for empty promises is over. Community wants to see results that bring hope and stability. Secondly, development must be fair and inclusive. No community should be neglected or treated as less important. Development must reach all areas regardless of location or social circumstances. True progress can only take place when every resident feels included in the municipality's vision and future. En ons weet wie is die agtergeblewendes wat aan die agterspeen se melk ryk en die eerste geleentheid kry om daaraan te proe nie. Lastens, accountability remains of critical importance. The PBI will continue to exercise strict oversight over the Council to ensure that the IDP does not remain merely an administrative document, but becomes a plan of action that delivers measurable and visible results. Residents have the right to see the decisions translated. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Busak. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. We as a PBI is not supporting this idea, Speaker. What is the purpose of the ward committees? They are not recognized because we select the ward committees. They give the inputs of the communities. Speaker, I'm so glad the mayor mentioned, here is the sports latest people is sitting in the gallery. But if you go and see how is our stadiums in our Pacalsdorp, Rosemore, Blanco, Temba, how is that? And they actually call George the sport mecca. But they're just focusing on Botanical Stadium. Speaker, we are as the PBI, the upgrading of our clinic of Pacalsdorp, it's coming from 2007. It's not done. But we as PBI not supporting this.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Arlo. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, colleagues and residents of George, we are asked today to adopt the final review of the 5th generation Integrated Development Plan and the final Municipal Spatial Development Framework. On paper, these are important documents. In practice, they read like another missed opportunity to be honest with the people of George about where we are and where we are going. Firstly, the IDP review is reactive, not strategic. It lists projects and budgets, but it fails to confront the core problem. Service delivery is collapsing while demand grows. Water outages in Blanco, sewage spills in Tembaletu, roads deteriorating across every ward. The document talks about the resilient infrastructure and inclusive growth, but it does not show how we will fix what is broken now. A plan that does not prioritize maintenance over new projects is not a plan, it is a wish list. Secondly, the MSDF does not match the reality on the ground. The framework talks about densification and economic nodes, but it ignores the infrastructure capacity to support it. We cannot approve high densities in Pacalsdorp and Cornwall while the sewer network is already overloaded. We cannot zone for industrial growth along the N2 if Eskom and the municipality cannot guarantee power. Good planning requires sequencing. Fix the bulk infrastructure first, then unlock development. This document reverses that order. Thirdly, public participation was compliance-driven, not genuine. Residents were invited to comment, but the draft did not change in response to the concerns raised. If participation does not shape the outcome, it is consultation theatre. People in George are tired of being told that input was noted. Finally, there is no accountability mechanism. The IDP sets targets, but there are no consequences when departments miss them year after year. Without quarterly public reporting on service delivery indicators, this document becomes another shelf document. The Good Party cannot support adopting these documents as final. Reprioritize the budget to maintenance and bulk infrastructure repair for the next 24 months. Align the MSDF with realistic infrastructure capacity with clear timelines for upgrades. George deserves a plan that is honest, sequenced, and enforceable.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Lemini. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, IDP-vergaderingen, vooral in Ward 5, voor mij is een vergadering tussen een council en een huiscomité, waar die PR-raadslid niet eens hij wordt niet naar die meetings toe geïnviteerd neemt. Voor mij is IDP of IDP-vergaderings in die kant speaker is maar net waar hulle praat en daar was geen vordering. Speaker, ik kan aanhalen aan u dat voor de laatste 5 jaar op die IDP-vraagstuk is daar dat die asbest dakken in Union Deel moet naar gekeken worden. Speaker, dat gebeurt niet. Speaker, daar was gevraagd geweest dat enkele straten moet aangekeken worden en dat het moet opgeheven worden. Dat gebeurt niet, speaker. Speaker, die IDP in Union Deel is eenvoudig maar net daar voor 1 of 2 om te kan maken alsof het daar is, maar dat is niet daar niet. Speaker, als de EFF stemmen ons niet samen met de IDP niet.
Thank
en
you.
wordt verwerpt dit bij, dank u.
Thank you very much. Can we have a translation, please?
The EFF does not support the IDP because they are of the view that the public participation issues was fraud. Because even the PR councillor of the ward in Union Dale was not present or invited to the session. And also the councillor is highlighting his concern that people have raised their letters and needs, but there is no implementation at all. There was a request for asbestos tools to be addressed in the area, and it was never done. In similar other projects also that were not implemented. And it says it just shows that the whole exercise was shown. So the EFF does not support the IDP.
Thank you very much. And the last to speak on the item is Elder Lady van Brandes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This IDP and MSDF reflects a municipality that continues to plan responsible for growth while remaining focused on improving the daily lives of our residents. It is not only a plan on paper for the last 5 years, because on page 249 it clearly states which of the capital projects has been completed per the 28 wards. Important, the IDP reflects the voices of our communities through extensive public participation across all wards. Public participation meetings were held between the 9th and the 21st of April, covering all 28 wards across the municipality where residents highlighted key concerns. This input is clearly stated on the table on page 242. What the residents asked for per ward, even Mr. Gou's input to our executive mayor who listened, who increased our electricity. Our executive mayor, with his commitment to listen, attended the meetings himself in Pacalsdorp, Uniondale, Cornwall, Thembalethu. Unfortunately, as great as our mayor is, he can't dictate the weather when meetings happen. George continues to experience some of the strongest growth pressures in the Garden Route, which makes responsible planning and infrastructure investment even more important. And the IDP, this document, reflects a municipality that plans ahead responsible. aligns its budget with community needs, and continues to build inclusive and sustainable future for the people of George. I therefore second the adoption of this recommendation in this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Elder Lady. Councillors, we have a counter proposal. I just want to clarify, Councillor Mdaka, you are the proposer and who is the seconder? Thank you. I'm going to read out the counter proposal. It reads as follows. I'm not going to go through the preamble. Basically, it says the item 11.2 needs to be changed to the following. As the opposition, we propose that the item must go back and be fully checked, as it is not addressing all IDR items that were raised at in every ward. So the opposition has made that proposal. We are now going to vote for their proposal or for against their proposal. Rosemary, are you ready? Those in favor of the amended proposal, please raise your hands. In favor for. Vir. I must say, though, I'm quite amazed that it says the opposition as a total, not a single party. So it looks like we have two parts of the House, one opposition and the coalition on the other side. I'm not judging anything, Councillor. When I'm serious, you don't like it, and when I'm making a joke, you don't like it. So, unfortunately, I can't please you all the time. Councillor, you wrote opposition. Can we continue? Those against the counter proposal. Thank you, councillors. I have the results. Can you please sit down, councillor? The results of the voting for item 11.2 are as follows. Those for the counter proposal, 23. Those against the counter proposal, 30. The IDP therefore is adopted. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much, councillors. I'm going to ask that we have a body break. We've been at this now for quite a few hours, 4 hours to be exact. So I'm going to ask that we have a body break. I'm going to ask that we break for 45 minutes so that you can have something to eat, and we will reconvene at 14:45. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Can we reconvene this meeting, please? Corporate, can you go and ring that bell outside to make sure everyone comes in, please? We're wasting time. Councillors, we are reconvening this meeting. Can we please have order? Am I audible? Thank you. Can I ask to have order, please?
Yes, you are.
Elder Lady Kritzinger. Thank you. Councillors, we've now had our break and we need to continue with the business of the day. As we've just concluded 11.2, I'm going to go back to item 8, which is reports of the Mayor Committee held on the 16th of April, 2026, item 8.1.1. Authorization to engage, negotiate with affected property owners along the Tabata and Bob Street in support of the extension of Rosedale, Maine. The first to speak on the item is Councillor America.
Good afternoon.
Councillors, can we have silence, please? Continue, Councillor.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, the item seeks Council approval to engage and negotiate with property owners along Tabata and Bob Street to enable the extension of Rosedale Main Road into Tembalethu. The project is important for improving connectivity across the N2, linking residence areas Pacalsdorp and Tembalethu with the economic zone, and providing a second access route to ease traffic pressure. Five properties, one municipal and 4 privately owned, will be affected, requiring land acquisition, partially acquisition, land exchange or relocation arrangement. Council is asked to authorize negotiation with affected owners, approve various compensation relocation options, and allow expropriation as a last resort if agreements cannot be reached. Bottom line, this is a procedural but critical step to unlock a key road infrastructure project by legally enabling engagement with affected residents and securing the necessary land. I propose the recommendation to Council A to F on page 1674. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council. We move on to the next speaker, Councillor Ephraim Darky. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. First of all, thank you for this item. I must say this. The information that is on this item is not correct. Some houses, there's some earth that are there. For example, 6105 is listed as a community zone without anyone. 2013 title deed was issued to St. John's Apostolic Church. They are there, the structure is there. They are the church that is in that area. My concern again is, how do you go and measure my building without asking me anything? You will find that there's a house there that says it cost 100,000. But when you check, you go to the owner will tell you that the house is 200,000 rent. The information that is on the item is not correct. They must go back and get the right information. You can, if you lie with something so small, like saying that the ERF 6105 is nothing, there's nothing there, it's just a community zone. While I've got a letter stating that, or a thing from the municipality that's saying that the ERF is belonging to 6105. Why are we insisting on getting the message to the people, but we are still have not correct information here on the papers? Thank you very much. I think I'm clear. I've got an counter proposal as well. That the report or investigation has to be taken back and resubmitted the correct information, because the information that is on the item is not correct, Speaker. It's not correct. You must go back. Because I'm not sure who did that, who did the investigation.
Thank you, Councillor.
It's wrong. Thank you,
Thank you,
Speaker.
Councillor.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Sure. While we wait for that, can we have the next speaker on the list? Councillor Kuris, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the PBI is not in favor of this negotiations with the affected property owners along Tabata and Bob Street in support of the extension of Rosedale Main. Council must reconsider this action plan. Then, Speaker, the PBI would like to draw the George Municipality attention to Forgotten Street in Ward 20, Borgets, Harold Slot, which has never been completed over the past 20 years. Ms. Christina Kamfer has repeatedly made inquiries about, unfortunately, her concerns have fallen on deaf ears. She currently has no vehicle access to her home. The PBI therefore requests that urgent attention be given to this matter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Lugotlo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, it is now proof that the communities were never considered as important human beings by the municipality. When it comes to special development and town planning, we as the EFF reject the proposed approval by the mayoral committee in this council. Speaker, we as the EFF propose that municipality use other alternative ways in doing this development that will link our townships. We propose that without any disruption of residents' peace, it's either expensive way, but non-removal of residents, as we are all aware of the implications of these removals to our people. Speaker, it is with that reason the EFF is advocating for land expropriation without compensation. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Chief Whip, I just want to confirm, did we not have a ruling that if a telephone rings in council, we charge it? I'm just checking.
You see?
I'm just checking.
I'm still provoking.
I'm just checking. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor D. Gultig. You have 2 minutes.
It was a brilliant speech, Speaker. It was the first time she is speaking in council.
She's no longer, yeah, never mind. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Welcome. Councillor Gultig, continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. As we mentioned on this item, it's clearly for negotiations and investigations to ensure that the process can proceed. Of course, we're not going to take their land without compensation. There's first going to be a discussion there. We're not going to follow suit by stealing people's land without giving them correct communication first. So the negotiation will proceed. This will surely indicate that this is a caring municipality. We are called to lead with both responsibility and compassion, ensuring that our dedications improve service delivery. With great service delivery will be upholding the dignity and well-being of our residents. This item supports that vision by providing a clear framework for action and accountability. It is through decisions like these that we will confident in our institution and reinforce our mandate to serve with integrity, transparency, and purpose. I'm satisfied that this is a recommendation in the best interest of the municipality and its people. I therefore fully support and second
Councillor Mdaka,
the item
you were not spoken to.
proposed by my DA colleague, Councillor America. I thank you.
Thank you very much, councillors. I have a counter proposal which basically states that the above report or investigation be taken back and resubmitted with the correct information. If I'm correct, Councillor, The report, Councillor Ndaka, is to ask that there be an investigation. It's not to do it. It's to actually speak to the residents first. So the report has to come back to council afterwards anyway. Okay, all right, we're going to vote for it then. No, thank you. That's fine. But you said you understand. You understand. Councillor, I'm going to take this to the vote. I just wanted to try and correct you that it has to come back to council anyway, but we are going to vote for the amended proposal or against the amended proposal. Okay, so those in favour of the amended proposal, please put your hands up. Those against the amended proposal, please raise your hands. Councillors, can I ask you to please refrain from making remarks? Thank you. Councillor Lamini, that means you as well, please. Thank you. Now, Councillor, you're intimidating the voting, so thank you. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you very much, Rosemary. The item voting was as follows: 23 for, 28 against. The item therefore carries. Thank you. We will move on to item 81. May I continue this meeting, please? Thank you. We're moving on to item 8.1.2, land use approval of portion of ARF 565, Wilderness in support of the upgrade of the Wilderness East Pump Station. The first to speak on the item is Councillor Msasa. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Speaker. Goeiemiddag almal molweni. Speaker, I rise in support of the proposed land use approval for the subdivision, rezoning and consolidation of a portion of ERF 565 and 956, both in Wilderness, to enable the upgrade of the Wilderness East Pump Station. This project is not simply a technical infrastructure matter. It is an important investment in the future sustainability and service delivery capacity of our municipality. The current pump station already serves Wilderness, Hoekville, Toosranden and Kleinkrans. And with future growth and increasing demand, the existing infrastructure is just no longer sufficient. The planned upgrade will ensure that the wastewater services can continue to operate effectively for decades to come. The proposal before Council is a procedural and enabling step to secure the necessary land and zoning arrangements so that the upgrade can proceed in compliance with all planning and environmental requirements. Importantly, Speaker, the financial implications at this stage are limited to survey and planning costs, while the broader environmental and statutory approval processes are already underway. Speaker, I therefore propose the recommendation and urge Council to approve the land use application process in the interest of responsible planning, environmental protection, and reliable municipal service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kom. You have 2 minutes. Your time has started, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. We note the item. We note the item as the NC. Stop.
Are you going to call a friend? Just checking. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Barnard. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this item bears testimony to the fact that the George Municipality is a forward-thinking, progressive municipality, not just thinking of the here and now, but our 50 years in advance. So based on the fact that this item is very, very necessary and a requirement for future infrastructure development in our area, I second the recommendation made by my colleague, Councillor Masase. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 8.1.3, application to purchase a portion of the road reserve ERF 648 Blanco adjacent to ERF 2101 Blanco. First to speak on the item is Councillor M. Gultech. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, good governance requires that we place the interest of residents and reliable service delivery above private interests. The land in question forms part of a municipal service corridor containing essential water and sewer infrastructure. Allowing the sale of this land could compromise future maintenance, upgrades, and access to critical services. As the Democratic Alliance, we believe in responsible governance, protecting public assets, and ensuring long-term service delivery sustainability. The recommendation before Council is therefore reasonable, lawful, and in the best interest of the broader community, and I support it. Therefore, I so propose recommendation as set out on page 1701. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've had instructions. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Fichland. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, I second the proposal.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. The next item on the agenda is 8.1.4, application for the renewal of the Golf Legacy Foundation lease of a portion of the remainder of ERF 464 George as a golf training and practice site. The first to speak on the item is Councillor Roelofse. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, everybody. Speaker, today I present a proposal to Council to consider entering into a new lease agreement with the Golf Legacy Foundation. Pastor Joseph Boyson and the Golf Legacy Foundation have been training young people of George for the last 14 years at this site next to the railway line between Old Bacane and Convent Gardens. Through this initiative, many youth have received opportunities, both nationally and international, to represent George. I therefore propose that the current month-to-month lease be reconsidered and a new lease be entered into and be extended for 9 years and 11 months. I submit the recommendations as on the pages 1714 to 1715. This, Speaker, will be beneficial not only for the youth of Conville, Rosemore Park, the Marekamp, etc., but will benefit the youth of the whole of the city of George. This is only but part of only one of the youth development programs that we are running frequently in our areas, like our Yebones youth cafes, libraries for the blind, coaching clinics in Park, doing monthly programs in our libraries, and regularly SMME developments. I therefore propose that we, the recommendations as set on pages 1714 to 1715, I so propose, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor F.M. Darker. You have 2 minutes, please.
Ewe mandithi wena Speaker, uba into inokunceda abantwana bethu and ibe ingezemidlalo asikwazi uyikhaba. Futhi ke anqabile lamathuba kubantu bethu ukubana umasipala wethu awanikise kubo. Ngaphandle ba umuntu uyivota yalombutho uphethe umasipala afana fumane ngolo hlobo. So anqabile ke amathuba njena. Masibulele ukuthi lo muntu uzawubonelelwa ngesicelo sakhe ancedwe kakhulu. Iyabukeleka ke lonto leyo. Abantu bethu bakwazi bana bachaswe ngulomasipala ke sithi nathi sithi hayi siyayiqhwabela izandla lonto leyo. Kungenani ke mhlambi yehle umntweni lo nina nithemba kangayitolikile into ndithetha igqibeleni. Thank you, Speaker.
Can I have the translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. Let me say, Speaker, that if it will help our children to grow in sports, we cannot oppose it or not allow it. These opportunities are very rare. So unless if you are part of the ruling party, you do not get these opportunities. We are thankful that the requesters' wish will be granted for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Goeieman. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we support the legislation under the law. They are two community development they show commitment to companies that they offer to our people. Yes, we must support them. But let us be clear. A piece of ground alone is not enough. If we want this club to grow and serve families, we must also support infrastructure. That means a former clubhouse, swimming facilities, yes, high facilities for families can spend their day together without it. We limit the club because we would reduce status of the club for being funded by investors. But let us be we also want to make emphasis on the other clubs in town that it was 99 years. We ask for the same treatment as them so that we don't try from time to time to campaign for the same thing. We also ask that this club ground be extended not only to the one side of the railway, but all the way down to Blue Mountain and them, so that we can have more pictures there and more lounge to them. Let us approve this concept and let us promote this promoting club and facilities. Give our people the same opportunity to invest anything from the Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Jantjies. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, sports development is of critical importance for the growth and development of our young people. It not only creates opportunities for talent development, but also promotes discipline, self-confidence, and essential life skills that are necessary for the future. We as the PBI, we fully support this lease agreement. However, we strongly believe that the Council must demonstrate its commitment to projects such as these, not only through words, but through meaningful action and investment. We are deeply concerned that many of our children excel in various sports codes and continue to make remarkable progress, yet they are ultimately left to fend for themselves without adequate financial support from the George Municipality. This lack of support not only limits the child's potential, but also places enormous financial pressure on parents who are already facing difficulty in the economic. We therefore make a serious appeal today for the Council to allocate dedicated funding in the budget to support talented and underprivileged young athletes. If we are truly serious about sports development, there must be concrete mechanism in place to support these young people and create opportunities for them to succeed. Furthermore, it is essential that the municipality engage in serious discussion with the Western Cape Education Department to ensure that schools become active participants in these programs and initiatives. Cooperation between the municipality, schools, and other stakeholders is crucial in establishing a sustainable sports development models that can truly make a meaningful difference in the life of our youth. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you very much. And the next to speak on the item is Councillor Edwards. You have 2 minutes, please.
Good day, Speaker. As a caring government, we are proud to support initiatives that uplift communities, create opportunity, and invest in the future of our people. The George Legacy Foundation has demonstrated over many years that it is more than just a golf training initiative. Importantly, this foundation contributes to the social development by creating a safe and constructive environment where young people and unemployed residents can develop discipline, skills, and purpose instead of being exposed to negative influences and criminal activity. Renewing this lease for a longer term will provide the foundation with the certainty needed to continue and expand its good work. This is exactly the kind of partnership a caring government should encourage. Speaker, this is an investment in people, in community well-being, and in prevention through positive engagement. We listened, we act, and now we deliver. I therefore gladly second the item from my DA colleague, Councillor Rudolphse, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The item therefore carries. We're going to move on to 8.2, reports of the Mayoral Committee held on the 15th of May. On the 15th of May 2026, 8.2.1, the raw water resources diversification at the Nickel Water Reclamation Facility, intention to upgrade, implement, operate and maintain through a public-private partnership. The first person to speak on the item is Alderman Standard. 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak on item 8.2.1 of the agenda. Today we consider a decisive step towards strengthening water security in George. The Outeniqua Water Reclamation Facility, originally developed between 2010 and 2012, has remained non-operational since 2017. Yet, in the face of growing demand and climate uncertainty, a 2024 study has made it clear, namely, diversifying our water sources is no longer optional, it is essential. Speaker, this proposal presents a practical solution. By upgrading the facility through a public-private partnership, we can restore its purpose and deliver an initial 10 megalitres of water per day with room for future expansion. Importantly, this approach allows us to leverage private sector expertise as well as funding and reducing the financial burden on our municipality. The recommendation before us is not approval of the project itself, but approval to proceed with registration with National Treasury, conducting a full feasibility study and ensuring due diligence. I propose A to E on pages 1751 to 1752. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Ian Darker. You have 2 minutes, please.
Madibulise koninoke speaker madingene nje kuqala kulomba ndizawuke ndithi nje uthi vandla mna njengoba sesilapha umeya ke beke wathetha ngapha ka speaker mandiyibeke into ethi ndiyamangala futhi kube kwinto zonke ezilapha ayikho i-item ethetha ngomcimbi we-disaster. Apha siphila ubomi obungebubo oburight. Okwesibini uke watsho ukuthi uyile kwindawo zethu zokuhlala kodwa zange aye. Sisenengxaki ke apha ezifuna ukujongwa. Kusenemithi ewileyo esiripotayo engathathwayo phambi kweminyango yezindlu. Phako 4863 sinomtho owileyo phambi. Okunye sisalindene update zesimo zenhlekelo kokuba bekwenzeke ntoni okanye uza kuthini umcimbi. Futhi ke ikhona inkathalo engekhoyo kumasipala nangona ke ezinye izinto ezizawuzisa imali ezijonga nabantu bethu ke batrithwe ngathi ngabantu bangaphandle. Speaker, mandingene kulona kumcimbi ndisithi ke iyavakala futhi ke xa into ezawuphucula umcimbi wamanzi yona le item ibalekile kodwa sikuthethayo ukuthi kuzo zonke ezi zinto zizakwenzeka ingqesho yabantu bethu ibe phambili kwaye engabithi kanti le ikwalenye lesolotya njengoba sibheka nje kumcimbi wolonyolo apho sizawufanisa ukuthi ngokuniza unyengeza nenyengeza abantu ukwenzela okokuba ngabana bafumana imisebenzi so that umbutho wenu ukwazi ukubheka phambili. Ngalonto ke siyayinothaleni into kodwa ndiyayibethelela into ethi umasipala wethu makakhathale abantu bethu mazifakwe izinto ezibatyayo apha. Umcimbi wenhlekele asiwuva tu apha asonwabi ke kubane kusixoxe izinto zizawunenzela imali but izinto ezibalulekileyo azenzeki. So ndiyacela ke uba niyithathele ingqalelo umeya xa emela apha
Thank you,
makathethe into
Councillor.
ezenzekayo futhi umasipala
Thank you,
abeke phambili.
Councillor.
Enkosi.
Thank you. Can I have a translation, please?
Good afternoon, Speaker. I feel disappointed not to hear how you will resolve the disaster aftermath in Thembaletu. Our circumstances there are really not good. The mayor only went once to Thembaletu, so I was very surprised at his speech earlier on. We are still waiting for updates on how you will carry on
After the disaster, people are still residing inside community halls, houses are still flooded, trees are still at people's doors. For example, there is no mention of how these people will be assisted. Properties are damaged, what have you done? I mentioned an example of F4862 on the 16th Street. There's still a fallen tree blocking their door. I have reported
Sorry, I have to stop it here.
Speaker.
Unfortunately, you were
This is
speaking in... No, hold on a second, Councillor. You've spent a minute and 30 seconds talking about nothing on the item.
I did.
No,
Listen, Speaker.
Councillor,
Listen, I mentioned, Speaker,
Councillor.
coming to the item, I see when there will be improvement in the
Councillor.
water, and then I mentioned that with the project that are coming, whoever can tolika, Xhosa can tolika, I mentioned that even them
Councillor, but it's...
Yes, Speaker.
Seriously,
Speaker,
Councillor.
Please wait, be patient.
Ek het al gehoor van
and
skepskoppe,
listen.
maar die is
Yes,
die is
I know my introduction. I know my introduction, but
But
I
your
did speak
introduction
through
was
the
but the
item.
rest of it-
I have to go to
Okay,
my
Councillor, thank you
introduction
very
because
much.
that is the pain for us. That is the pain for us. I have to go to the introduction.
Councillor, it has
as
nothing to
much
do
as
with
we
the
wait for
reclamation
you,
centre.
You must also learn to wait for the final of the interpretation.
Councillor,
Yes, Speaker.
I've made a ruling, okay?
Speaker,
What has
but,
been...
but Speaker, you made a ruling. We must all listen. We must all listen.
Everybody was sitting here
cannot
confused about it.
interject. You cannot interject what I was saying. Because what has been interpreted there is what I've been saying. She hasn't come to the point where I've made...
Chief Whip.
And
Speaker, can I please ask Councillor Lentu just to have a conversation with the councillor? It is incorrect. You're not supposed to not talk on the point. The fact that we couldn't understand Khoza, I know he gets there, but that was an incorrect interpretation
Speaker.
of the rules of order. Thank you.
Speaker,
Councillor,
can you give me, let me clarify something here. It was still, the interpretation was still going on. If you could have just a bit waited until she...
Okay, Councillor, let me just put clarity. If that had been in English, okay, I would have stopped him before, because the fact is you have to speak on the item.
Now you
The rules are
have
very clear.
heard what was going to
Okay.
say.
The fact remains, Councillor, hold on a second. The fact remains, if he had spoken in English and I would have seen that he was not talking to the item, I would have stopped him immediately. Okay?
Perhaps you must ask the interpreter to get to the part where
Okay,
it
but
gets to the item.
the fact remains is that he spoke in his own language about stuff it wasn't, and that's why I stopped it. Can you please get to the part about this item for the interpretation, please?
What is wrong about him speaking
Thank
in
you.
his
do we have
language?
now to go in
What
a
is
certain
wrong
role
about him
to
speaking
say
into his
what
language?
we feel? Speaker,
What is
sikwazi ungayithetha into endiyivayo.
What is
Into
wrong
endiyivayo.
about him speaking to his language?
Speaker, can I make a proposal? Can the proposal be that the interpreter maybe just look at the interpretation and the part that's relevant to the item, that she can just please relate that message and we can move on with the business? Thank you.
That's exactly what I'm asking.
I object. The speaker that spoke there was supposed to speak. He spoke.
Councillor Ndaka, I'm going to give you a second warning for the
No,
day.
you didn't give me the first one. You cannot give me to the second one. It's the first one. If you are going to give me a warning,
Rosemary.
it's the first one.
Then I'm going to give you a warning because once again, you continuously interrupt when I'm talking to you.
You already, when I speak, I've said it earlier, you are provoking me and you are doing it deliberately. You want me out of this meeting, of which
Chief
I don't
Whip,
know
I'm
what
going
is
to
your
ask you to
problem with
interject
me.
here before
I
something
really
goes
don't know
bad.
what is your problem with me. I'm a member of this council.
Councillor
I'm
Lente.
here as elected. I've been voted to be
Councillor
in this
Lente,
council
take-
to serve people. Aibo, what is your
I don't have a problem with you, Councillor. Councillor Lente, your member is becoming totally disruptive. I've asked that the interpreter gets to the point of the item. The rules are very clear that you speak to the item. Councillor Lente.
I want to stand up when I talk. Because to sit down while I'm talking, I don't feel. Maybe a point of clarity speak up kuwe. Uzayiguqula ke sisa ne. Ndicela ukuzba apha kwelibhunga funeke sithethe English qha. Lento ivuka ngumuntu wonke. Siyaniyeka apha nithethe neAfrikaans abeyithethe umeya. Khange sithi sawukhetha lesiyithandileyo. Apha into ebalulekileyo sithetha zonke 3 official language, Xhosa, English and Afrikaans. Wena speaker njengosomlomo webhunga bekusuppose uthe klasisi utranslateayo. Umyeka agqibe and then kagqibileyo uthethe no councillor Mdaka uthi lena from minute number 1 to 2 minutes, it was out of umxholo lona. And then from 2 minutes to 3 minutes, if it was 3 minutes, and then you say, no, we are debating on this item. But from the starting point, Councillor Mdaka, uwenze wrongo.
Councillor Mdaka, please go and sit down. Chief Whip. Councillor Mdaka, thank you. No, Councillor, it's uncalled for, and I get told I'm invoking people. You're busy talking, and she's walking around the floor.
No, I was concentrating to you.
Okay, but I was concentrating on her behind you, which is disrupting me.
So, sike ungayiguqula ke umxelele ukuspeaker, please masingalwi because wonke umuntu unelungelo lothetha ilanguage yakhe apha. You know what bakutheni na? Siyakwazi uthetha iEnglish. Qha siqaphela lento uyenzayo. Please, khawurulishe elibhunga ungabi namsindo, uphole nje kakuhle, ungabi namsindo ungaqwaqwazeli. Bendikubonisile ba ispeaker saseparlament esithetha njani phakathi kwabantu asibili ngomsindo njengawe. Enkosi.
Could I have the translation, please?
I'll start at the raw water. The ANC notes the raw water item.
I'd like the translation of what Councillor Lente said to me, please.
Okay. I just have one question to ask. At this council, are we only allowed to speak English? We allow you to speak Afrikaans. You could have allowed the interpreter to continue to the end, then you could intervene as speaker. And tell Councillor Mdaka where he went wrong and where he was not relevant to the item. We can all speak English, but we don't speak it because we don't like the way we are being handled. I referred you earlier to how the Speaker of Parliament handles his council. Yes, that's very good. Thank you.
I'm not going to answer that. Thank you. Can you continue to the part where the item is, where he speaks to the item of the, please?
They note the ANC notes the item.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to continue, please. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Korte.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. This item is a fundamental to how we deliver one of the most essential services to our residents, water. It provides a clear and structured framework to ensure that the services are delivered in a manner that is equitable, sustainable, and compliant with legislation. Water security is not only a service delivery issue, it is a public health issue, it's an environmental issue, and a dignity issue. This item strengthens the opportunity to manage resources responsibly, protecting our environment, and plan ahead in the face of growing demand and climate pressure. By supporting this item, we are caring for the future, ensuring that our municipality remains resilient, sustainable, and people-centered. Therefore, I fully support and second my DA colleague, Alderman Stander. I thank you.
Thank you. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 8.2.2, Planning and Development Register of Servitude over R4550, Tyalora, to complete the planned recreation route as part of the Isitoletu precinct. The first person to speak on the item is Councillor Fichland. You have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, thank you, Speaker. The item today in front of us seeks council approval to register servitude over R4550 Tyalora to allow for the construction of the remaining section of the Isitoletu Recreation Road. I therefore propose that we accept the recommendations as it is in the agenda of today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gom. You have 2 minutes, please.
Mandiphinde ndibulise emhlanganweni. Speaker, singu-ANC siyayinotha la item but ke sinesicelo ukuba le item iphinde ibuyiselwe emva ngezizathu. Umuntu ocaba uyabandakanyeka kule item akanalwazi ngamanani abekiweyo kule item sikuyo. Okwesibili, ukansila wendawo khanga consideration kuyo yonke lento. So singu-ANC siyacela item iphinde ibuyele umva. Ayibuyisinike iingcaciso epheleleyo malunga ne-negotiations ezenzekileyo between umasipala kunye nomntu lo wendawo. Enkosi.
Can I have a translation, please?
Good afternoon, Speaker. As the ANC, we have a special request that the item be sent back to the writer. Because clearly they don't have any knowledge of the figures, of the figure about this item. And also we know that the councillor of that area was not consulted properly. So we suggest that this item be sent back for review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Legotlo.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before we engage further on the issue of the Isitoletu projects, we would like to be provided with a list of all implemented projects and the outstanding ones. Speaker, again, we reject this kind of wasteful expenditure to this municipality. The planned recreational roads can be linked where they will be useful for its causes. Speaker, the reality of the matter is that the existing recreation roads are not serving its purpose now as we speak, but instead you see grass growing into it and no maintenance is done to it. Meanwhile, the project is not finished. So we highly reject the proposed approval. It can't be that we do things by the way that will cost our people's fortunes of money and have no positive impact to their effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last to speak on the item is Councillor Brown. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I second the recommendation made by my colleague. Thank you.
Councillor, we have a counter proposal. Councillors, we have a counter proposal. The item, the counter proposal reads as follows: that the item must be taken back. The reason is our recommendation B3, there's a mention of an amount that the owner is not aware of. You must please bring a clear report on that. ANC is disappointed by Isitoletu officials they are usually approached the councillor in the ward, but in this matter they didn't. That is the counter proposal. We are going to vote for or against the counter proposal. Those in favour of or for? Thank you very much. Those against the counter proposal? Councillors, we are in a voting state. Councillor Lamini. The results of the voting are as follows. Those in favour of or for, 23. Those against, 28. The item therefore carries as presented to the council. Thank you very much. We'll move on. The next item on the agenda is 8.2.3, the finalization of deed of exchange, York High School hostel and various clinic properties. The first to speak on the item is Councillor Suffers. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. The York High School hostel was made available through a power of attorney to the George Municipality during 2019 to be developed as municipal offices. At an ordinary council meeting held on the 24th November, council approved the transfer of the following clinic properties by means of exchange for the York High Hostel. Therefore, the purpose of this report is for Council to amend the resolution adopted 24 November 2022 in order to rectify the above descriptions. Speaker, I so propose the recommendation on page 1817. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Ephraim Darker. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. I think from now on in this council, I must not be given anything to speak, because whenever I speak, I've been being intimidated by the speaker. We note the item as the ANC. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gertse. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, ons as die PBI ondersteun hierdie item, aangezien dit noodzakelijk is dat ons breë gemeenskappe die beste moontlike medische zorg moet ontvang. Terwijl ons echter vandaag hierdie belangrike zaak in die raad bespreek, moet ons ook verder kyk, Speaker. Vooral naar die Kondelkliniek wat dagelijks een groot aantal patiënten hanteer. Die opgradering van hierdie kliniek is van uiterste belang en kan nie langer misgekyk word nie. Verder, Speaker, terwijl ons gezondheidsfaciliteiten bespreek, moet ons dringend met die provinciale regering in gesprek tree oor 'n ernstige tekort ook aan ambulance, want ons dorpse mense moet bedien. Vir te lang moet inwoners onaanvaarbaar lang wag vir noodmedische hulp. Ons doen daarom 'n beroep op die municipaliteit om met hierdie saak so spoedig moontlik met die provinciale en nasionale regering op te neem, zodat ons mensen die nodige gezondheidsdiensten kan ontvang wat hulle verdien, zonder onnodige vertragings. Dank u, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Nias. You have 2 minutes.
First the translation, please.
Sorry. Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, the Councillor says that the PBI supports the requested report, but wants to add the following, that the George Municipality should talk to the provincial government also about upgrading of their clinics, especially the one in Cornwall, because the people are standing in queues there, and that critical shortage also of ambulances is another point that needs to be raised with the provincial government, because the residents are tired of waiting in long queues. Thank you.
Thank you. The next to speak on the item, as I said, is Councillor Nias. Thank you.
Speaker, is baie interessant. Die raad het hierdie item gesekondeer, maar Hy het glad nie oor die item gepraat nie, so ek weet nie waar hy aan sy inligting kom nie. Want dis nie waaroor die item gaan nie. It's for council to amend the resolution adopted on 24 November 22 in order to rectify the earth description and the servitudes to be registered in respect of Blanco Clinic property. The Blanco Clinic property access and parking servitudes will have to be registered over the relevant consolidated properties and vice versa as a shared parking and access arrangement is required for the library, clinic, community hall and drive-through vehicle license center at Blanco Clinic property. To enable the provincial government to proceed, the incorrect earth description must be rectified to ensure accurate recording in the deed of exchange. The final deed of exchange and servitude agreement will be resubmitted by provincial government to cabinet to approve in order to enable the transfer of the properties. So I support the recommendation. Thank you. Second it.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. We'll move on, please, to item 8.2.4. Request to enter into a memorandum of understanding for the utilization of ARF 24900. George, the first to speak on the item is Councillor Gultig. You have 2 minutes.
Through you, Speaker, this is a municipal property currently functioning as a cul-de-sac and future road reserve. While it is acknowledged that the applicant invested substantially in improving access and infrastructure on the property at their own cost, Council must consider this matter within the framework of law, municipal policy and the broader public interest. The inspection conducted by the municipality confirmed unauthorized use of municipal land, including business-related storage, vehicle parking, and the partial closure of a public road. The property is zoned Transport Zone 2, where public street usage remains the primary and lawful purpose. The administration has advised that entering a memorandum of understanding under these circumstances could create the perception that Council is condoning unlawful land use and could expose the municipality to governance, legal and audit risks. Furthermore, the property remains important as part of the future municipal road reserve network. The Democratic Alliance does not shy away from making tough decisions and takes the responsibility to protect municipal assets, uphold lawful processes and ensure that public infrastructure remains available for its intended purpose very seriously. I therefore support the recommendation before Council set out on page 1854 and 1855. I so propose. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gregory. You have 1 minute. Okay, the next to speak on the item is Councillor Busak. Sorry, the translation. I'm just confused at the moment. Okay.
Speaker, sorry. Councillor Rita just, there's still seconds left. She wants to put in a counter proposal, the PA. Thank you.
Sorry?
I say the PA wants to put in a counter proposal on that item Councillor Rita is speaking about now. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Okay, I'm not going to get into an argument about it because she said she was finished.
No, she's not finished. She was on her way. We are too quick.
No, Councillor, I'm not stupid. Okay, she said she was finished, and that's why I asked for a translation. Councillor Foster, please, let's not take a mickey out of this whole thing, okay?
No,
The
she
councillor
was-
said she was finished.
No, she
I'm
said-
going to ask for the translation.
She said
Thank you.
Thank you. She wanted to say the other part. Thank you.
Speaker, the councillor stated that the PA is noting the item, but they want the municipality to reconsider the request of the owner because the land in question is not being utilized by the municipality currently, and the owner has been helping, and the crime situation is also not gone high because of the fact that the site is utilized. So, what PA is saying is that the municipality must please reconsider the matter.
Thank you. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Bussack.
Thank you, Speaker. We as a PBI not supporting this item. The inspection was conducted, established. If there are unauthorized and unlawful land use of the property of George Municipality. Speaker, we as a PBI refer to the George Municipality Land Use Planning Bylaw 2023, Section 86, 1A, Section 15(1). There are 4 big traffic cones across the road of George Municipality and a lot of planks and on the property of the George Municipality. So this is unlawful, Speaker. If this happens in our areas and land invasion and red ends, law enforcement will be there immediately. So please, Speaker, we do a big request on this section. But these bylaws must be implemented in that we as councils must look after the assets of the George Municipality. And we rest our case. That's PBI of nuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Clark. You have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, thank you. I'd like to believe that we are all law-abiding citizens and cannot willingly allow people to break the law to suit their needs. The item is clear that the property is zoned for a public road only, and I don't think we can inconvenience the broader community because of one individual. And therefore it is important to ensure that the property is kept for its intended purpose as a public road. I therefore second the item as proposed by Councillor Goltech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries.
Speaker, wait. Speaker, just hold on, please.
Councillor?
The counter proposal we said.
Councillor, first of all, the person who was on the floor, in accordance to the rules, must bring the counter proposal. She finished her proposal,
Speaker,
and we
you then
continued.
said now,
Councillor
you then said
Foster?
now, you said it's
Councillor
fine, so we're gonna put in the counter proposal.
No.
Now you said you're just ignoring the counter proposal.
No, I did not.
So you don't want us to put in the counter proposal now anymore.
Councillor Foster, please go and read your rules of order. It is very clear that the person speaking on the item must bring in the counter proposal. The person speaking finished her speech, and I went on to the next person. So therefore, I'm not going to allow anything further. The item, I asked for a translation. In fact, I asked the next speaker to speak. And then I was told to have a translation, and then you spoke, and not the person who spoke on the item.
Okay,
so
Speaker.
therefore, I'm not going to allow the counter proposal,
Speaker,
and I'm going to move on to the
raising my
next
hand.
item. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm raising my hand to turn your attention to page 20 of 23, Rules of Order, your Rules of Order 32, 33.1, a motion of exigency. Thank you.
You are completely off the boat at the moment. Okay?
So I can't raise a motion of
No, you
exigency.
can't, because a motion of exigency must come with the motions portion. So what the result is, we're busy with 8.2.4.
Speaker,
I'm going to
your
move
rules
on.
of order. Wait.
Councillor,
I don't understand this now.
Councillor Foster.
I'm raising on a motion of exigency, according to this rules of order. So you won't allow me to raise now on a motion of exigency.
It also says at
Nothing to
the
do with
discretion of the
counter proposal.
speaker. Chief Whip.
Speaker,
Use the mayors, please.
Speaker, on a point of order, please.
Speaker, can I just, if he refers to 30.1, it says a member may direct the attention of council to a matter, but this is the crutch, which does not appear on the agenda. This item of exigency already appeared on the agenda, so I can't bring it as emergency.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip.
But this is not the matter I'm speaking about. This thing is not on the agenda I want to speak about.
Councillor,
Wait, Speaker, let me finish. Wait, let me finish. I'm
going
raising...
to ask for an adjournment for 10 minutes. I need to take up something with the Chief Whip
Yes,
immediately.
thank
Thank you.
Let's all
connected in series, so
Thank you, councillors. Councillors. I'm going to reconvene this meeting. Thank you. I'm moving on to 8.2.5. Request to council to extend the existing lease agreement with Leaxion Lounge or Troons in Timberletu. Councillors, I'm going to ask you to please settle down. This meeting is back in process. The first person to speak on the item is Councillor Lawsey. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon, and greeting to the Mayor, aldermen, and councillors, administration, and the public. Speaker, item number 8.2.5 on page 1865 to page 1889. I request to council to extend the existing lease agreement with the Leaxion Lounge, Drones, known as Drones in Timberletu. Speaker, with the recommendation A to F. So, Speaker, I would like to propose. The council to approve the item as is. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor E.M. Darker. You have 2 minutes.
English, Afrikaans. Speaker, enkosi kakhulu, siyabona ke lo mxholo ubekwa apha phambi kwethu. Ekupheleni kosuku ke siyacinga okokuba ngabana ulungile. Ngoba ishishini labantu bethu kufuneka libheke phambili. Nangona ke sisenomnqweno wokuthi xa izinto ziqala okanye zisenzeke kuthi ke kwimihlaba ekhoyo nakwimihlaba yakuyapropose kuzo zonke izinto siyaqonda ukuba omnye umhlaba wawubekiwe but isanaso ke isicelo esithi ezi zinto noko maka ajongwe and then abekwe noko as priority kwezi zinto ukwenzela okokuba ngabana lingafi elashishini ngoba lamashishini wethu abantu abamnyama ayasixhasa kakhulu axhasa zonke ke izinto and ke akunokuba kuhle okokuba ngabana abantu bethu babone sebephulukana nengeniso abantu bethu bephulukana nemisebenzi ngenxa yokokuba kumelezekile okokuba besukile lonto ke kuthetha ukuthi siyamnika umasipala uxanduva lokuthi ze kuthi namhla kuqala ezo projects zokuba kube kuyanyanzeleka ukuba kusukwe abe uyithathele ingqalelo into ethi nansi into ke ngoku ngoba awukwazi ukhupha ibhokhwe ungafaki into uphupha into ufake into so ke kuyo yonke lena into ke sisithi ke kwizinto ezenzekayo zemihlaba nezicelo sezifakile nesasiziphumezile lapha eBhungini abe yi-first priority kuzo zonke nangakumbi nakuleya imihlaba bakukho into ze-advertisement zento ze-tendering mayefakile makathathelwe ingqalelo abe phambili ngoba elashishini likhula ethemba lethu handi lijonge lexesha speaker suwar athathele ena ingqalelo angathathwa ayobekwa kwindawo kanyane kwimihlaba engaphaya engazumsebenzela enkosi speaker.
Can I have the translation please?
Speaker, thank you. We support this item. It's a very good idea because it promotes and grows our businesses. We are aware that other lands or other heirs were identified and offered to him, but we wish to ask that he be supported and to keep his business running, and also to protect any job losses that can occur should his business be affected. We want to promote business as much as possible. If he is removed or this is taken away from him, please let there be something else that can be put in place for him in terms of land. We are aware that he has been applying for various tenders. We just ask that he be prioritized should something be available. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Legotlo.
Thank you, Speaker. We as the EFF will reject these monthly extensions with posed threats to the black-owned establishment, and we would like to propose that this council come to an agreement and transfer R234 in Tembalethu permanently to the applicant, Mr. J. Africa. Speaker, it cannot be that at this point in time, an establishment that is more than a decade existing will be regarded as a threat. If we admit as George Council that encroachment was done in many of our underdeveloped African communities, it is then not appropriate that this municipality would want to push the removal and demolition of this establishment. It is clear that this municipality doesn't consider the will of the people but prioritize revenue more than anything. Hence, we call for the land audit in each and every donor of George, so that it cannot be that our people who took the lands the very same way the other people successful.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Windfire. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, I second the proposal of 5.8.2.5. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is 8.2.6, the consideration of objection received on an encroachment application received on the municipal road reserve of White Road in Wilderness. The first person to speak on the item is Councillor Edwards. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, this report is for Council to consider an objection received in respect of a minor encroachment of approximately plus minus 2.4 square meters onto a portion of the municipal road reserve of Whites Road in Wilderness. Therefore, allow me to propose the following recommendations for this item on page 1892. A, that Council notes the objection received from Dr. Rob Tribe and response submitted by Mr. Dion de Wet on behalf of the Dezan Family Trust. B, that Council acknowledges that the issue raised in the objection were duly considered and found not to be directly attributable to or materially impacted by the proposed encroachment. C, that Council confirms that the encroachment is minor in nature, does not impede traffic or pedestrian movement, does not compromise municipal services or future infrastructure requirements. And D, that Council grants final approval for the municipality to enter an encroachment agreement with the Dezan Family Trust in respect of Earth 269 in Wilderness for a period of 9 years and 11 months, subject to page 1893. 1, the approval tariff rental of 500 per annum plus VAT. 2, all conditions imposed by the Director of Civil Engineering Services. 3, the property owner assuming full risk, liability and cost associated with the encroachment, and that it be noted that approval is not a proceeding sitting, and each future encroachment application will be assessed on its own merits. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, this matter has been with us for the last 5 years. I therefore propose that we accept the recommendation as put by my colleague. I second. Thanks.
Thank you. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 8.2.7, review of the George Municipality Sports Facility Infrastructure Master Plan. First to speak on the item is Councillor Roelfse. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I submit a proposal to Council to review the George Municipality Sports Facility Infrastructure Master Plan. This master plan serves as a strategic roadmap for the development of sports, upgrading and expansion of our current sports infrastructure, but also look at a paradigm shift to incorporate development of sports in our local communities. It paves the way to include sports previously excluded and not highlighted, specifically like your sports for disabilities, example, bowl for the blind, wheelchair basketball, and so forth. We seek Council's approval for the Department of Sport to be granted permission to commence a process to appoint an external service provider to draft a comprehensive master plan of all facilities in George, including Uniondale, Haarlem, Touwsranten, and all facilities in George. Speaker, our department, together with the Social Development Department, visited all the sites of all the facilities, both in George and all the areas, to identify various needs that our communities, ward councillors have identified. Through this process, Council will receive an updated comprehensive master plan with more specific cost estimates for budgeting purposes through a phased approach for all current and new facilities. Lastly, we also ask Council to make available for necessary funding to fund this endeavour. I therefore propose the recommendations on page 2005. I so propose. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Hani. You have 2 minutes.
Kwakhona Speaker. Speaker, siyakwamkela ukureviewa kwale master plan yesport, but still akho nto isenzela yona. Uba siyajonga indlela umasipala asidivayida ngaso ilantsika ii-communities zabantu abadisadvantage. I-Touwsranten inobina abantu abayi-1,000. Ithemba lethu edominatwa zii-Africans isport. Amabala awahoyo asinayo i-proper stadium eGeorge. The only stadium ekhoyo yirugby eSotonikwa Stadium. Kweli cala labantu abamnyama akho stadium. Ziyadi ezibiyelwayo kuthiwa si-stadium ezine-clear view. I've never seen i-stadium apho unqumla khona umuntu ahambe kwelinye icala. Now, as master plan beziqale udityaniswa ngo-2024, it's now 2 years down the line, akho nto yenziwayo. Zone 9, there was a sport field in Zone 9, ekufanele uba si-upgradiwe. Umasipala instead of support the plan, angayi-support, and apha sinikwa i-company yase-Netherlands ekuthiwa i-Cry Foundation kaYohane owabhubha kudala. So, i-master plan ikhona, but there's no implementation. Enkosi Speaker.
Thank you. Can I have a translation, please?
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we accept this review of the master plan, but we wish to note that it does nothing for us in our community. For example, Touwsranten only has 1,000 people living there. Timberlake has a lot more people, yet it is constantly neglected. There are no stadiums that we can proudly point out. Some of the stadiums, people have access to them as a way to cross over to the other side. They're not properly enclosed. The Zone 9 plan was not supported. It's been coming for a while. We know this master plan, but it's not being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor N. Eso. You have 2 minutes.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Die Patriotic Alliance verwelkom die besluit om fondse beskikbaar te maak vir die opgradering van sportfasiliteite in George. Dit is in elk geval lankal nodig. Ons kan wel nie toelaat dat hierdie fondse net mooi op papier lyk terwyl gemeenskappe steeds swak fasiliteite het nie. Ek is so bly hierdie vergadering is vandag in Pacalsdorp, want in Pacalsdorp is die werklikheid hartseer. In Wijk 16 Newton Park is die sportveld in 'n baie swak toestand en benodig dringende ingryping. Die Evergreens rugbyveld is glad nie op standaard en dit dien nie die gemeenskap soos dit moet nie. Dit is net 'n kwessie van infrastruktuur nie, dit gaan oor billikheid. Te lank was ons areas afgeskeep terwyl ander gebiede prioriteit geniet het. As ons ernstig is oor sportontwikkeling en gelykheid, dan moet ons hierdie fondse doelbewus aangewend word vir die maar die grootste is, ek hoop van harte dat die diakoalisie hierdie keer ons mense sal eerste stel. Let wel, wanneer die PA die raad in November oorvat, sal ons saam met Guyton McKenzie werk om werklike ontwikkeling na elke gemeenskap te bring. Dankie, Speaker.
Can I have a translation, please?
I was out of order, ne?
Speaker, the council was saying that the PA supports the plan and the allocation of funds to upgrade sports facilities, but they also feel that the plan should address the failure of the grounds in the area of Pacalsdorp, because quotes the evergreen rugby field as one that is in a very bad state. She says that the areas they are coming from is are neglected in terms of the sports facilities, and they hope that the funds will be directed to the worst affected communities, and because that is what they will do when the elections are done.
Thank you. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Kuris. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. The PBI welcomes the review of the George Municipality Sports Facilities and Infrastructure Master Plan. Speaker, our concern is that this master plan looks good on paper, but it is not reflected in reality, especially not in our disadvantaged communities. Speaker, our existing sports facilities in underprivileged communities where people are passionate about sport urgently need attention and investment. We speak of a sports mecca and a master plan, yet there is still no clear plan for sports facilities in areas such as Rosedale, Borges, Tembaletu and Protea Park, just to name a few. Speaker, the Rosemore Athletic Track was officially opened in March 2025, but to date there has not been a single high-profile event hosted there. It is beginning to appear like a white elephant. There also seems to be no proper working relationship between the municipal officials and the sports councils. Speaker, senior athletes would like to continue participating in sport. They laugh after work in the evenings, but there has been lightning problems for months at the Rosemore track. Speaker, we need to ask the question, is the sports master plan only for affluent areas, or is it also intended for the disadvantaged communities? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Foster. You have 2 minutes, please.
Speaker, hierdie plan is steeds goedgekeur in 2024. Presies dieselfde plan kom nou weer terug raad toe vir 'n renew. Ons moet dus aanvaar dat daar niks in George se sportomstandighede gebeur het vanaf 2024 tot nou toe nie. Die plan kom voor soos 'n election campaign op hierdie stadium. Daar is niks wat wys dat daar enige uitvoering was sedert hierdie plan goedgekeur in 2024 nie. Dit wil voorkom asof die DA-regering ons gemeenskappe konstant 'n wortel voor die neus wil hou. Met wat hulle gaan doen en dan gebeur daar niks. Die plan en bydrae wat genoem word is weer eens 'n vorm van hopelose onkredietwaardigheid. Ek verstaan heeltemal die betekenis van 'n meesterplan, maar die tydsraam laat groot suspisie agter, veral siende dat daar al 2024 niks gedoen was nie. Die raad moet nou 2 keer dieselfde plan goedkeur. Dit maak nie sin nie. Dankie, Speaker.
Can I have a translation, please?
The councillor says the plan was actually also brought to the council in 2024, and the same plan is being brought again. So the party does not accept that this plan can just be implemented, but it currently looks as if it is an action limit, and the communities cannot always be given beautiful plans that are not implemented. The time lag, in terms of the time that the plan was in 2024 until now, is actually suspicious for the council as to why it is being brought in now.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor America. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, as a future incumbent Metro, it is more than right to have the best plan for sport in the Greater George. And yes, with the right support financially from Council, we will achieve our goal to be the best of the best. Sports want to use George as a base for big events. With the correct infrastructure and proper plan, we will be able to host any major event within the borders of George. Sports play a big role in the economy of any municipality. We already take partnership with decades by setting up a viewing center in Tembalete for the FIFA World Cup 2026. With that, I second the proposal made by Councillor Rooster as set out on page 205. Thank you. 2005. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. Councillor Lamini, what is your hand up for? You're welcome, Councillor. You have 15 minutes caucus. Councillors, I must just tell you that we are going to continue this meeting until we finish, so it's up to you.
No problem.
It's all in your hands. It's fine. Ek is jammer, maar ons gaan voortgaan en ons gaan we're going to carry on until we finish. There's no food. So, no. I don't have a budget. Councillors, please take your seats. I'm going to continue with this meeting. Does somebody know where the MM is? Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, councillors. Councillors, this meeting is reconvened. I gave 15 minutes. We're therefore going to continue with item 9, minutes of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, impact for information only. 9.1, minutes of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee meeting held on the 23rd of February. Can we have that noted, please? Thank you. 9.2, minutes of the special impact meeting held on the 12th of March 2026. Can I have that noted, please? Thank you. We'll move on to reports to the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, impact held on the 19th of May. Item 10.1, irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure disclosed on the 24-25 annual financial statements. The first person to speak on the item is Alderman Dutoy. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Speaker, for this. This item was dealt with by Impact Committee meeting held on the 19th of May 2026. Statement and details in notes 53 and 54 and acknowledges the work undertaken by management to investigate, assess and disclose these matters in accordance to the Municipal Finance Management Act 2003, Act 56 of 2003 and National Treasury Circular 68. It is noted that all these items disclosed were subject to review during the Auditor General of South Africa's 2024-25 audit process, and that the proposed treatment for the expenditure was discussed and agreed during the audit. In all instances, where certification as irrecoverable is recommended, the municipality received the goods and or service value for the money was achieved, and no material financial loss was suffered by the municipality. This classification of expenditure as irregular or fruitless and wasteful arises from non-compliance with regulations or policy precepts, rather than from fraudulent intent or maladministration. Speaker, where applicable, consequence management has been instituted in line with the MFMA, Municipal Systems Act, applicable staff regulations and internal disciplinary framework. In instances where recovery was considered, such recovery was either not legal feasible, not cost effective. Can I just finish? No longer possible due to the resignation or dismissal of implicated officials. And Speaker, I propose as the recommendation.
Without the proposal, Council, we don't have an item. Thank you.
On pages 2135 to 2138.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Lento. You have 1 minute.
Good day, Speaker and Executive Mayor. I rise on behalf of the ANC caucus to respond to the item on irrecoverable expenditure before us today. We keep hearing from the administration that George Municipality now has a clean governance. But when we look at this agenda, the facts tell a different story. 22,000 paid to Sikalo Construction, the money was paid yet no service was delivered. This municipality cannot account for work done, but now asks this council to write it off irrecoverable. 184,725 rand paid to Noblestone in the financial year 2024 to 25. This payment was made last financial year. Now, after the fact, we are told it is irrecoverable and must be written off. Speaker, the ANC cannot accept this. You cannot claim clean governance on one hand, on other you bring payments where no service was rendered, payment made without due process. If you allow this to pass without consequences, you are telling officials it is acceptable to waste public money and face no action. That is not clean governance.
Thank you, Councillor.
That is impunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Foster. You have 2 minutes.
Goedemiddag, Speaker. En die meest belangrijkste zeker die mensen van George. Ik sta vandaag hier namens de Patriotic Alliance om te praten over een schokkende 69 miljoen se onregelmatige uitgaves en amper 1 miljoen se vruchteloze besteding. Die DA-coalitie wil vandaag ons met die National Treasury Circle 60 uitgebreid om hierdie chaos as irrecoverable af te skryf en te vergeet. Maar die Patriotic Alliance weier om medeplichtig te wees aan hierdie wanbestuur. Kyk na die skandes wat julle onder die mat wil vee. 2.2 miljoen se uitgawes vir 'n amptenaar wat oor kwalifikasies gelieg het tydens die recruitmentproses. En wat doen hierdie administrasie? Hulle laat die persoon stilletjies bedank voor die stigstappe afgehandel is. Geen vervolging, niks. Nou moet die belastingbetaler dit afskryf. Dat is 'n klap in die gesig van elke gekwalifiseerde werklose jong mens in George. 45.8 miljoen se non-compliance met regulasies. Vir maande lank het hierdie administrasie arrogant met die ouditeur-generaal gestry totdat die tesourier op 22 April 2026 self moes ingryp en sê julle is verkeerd. Dit is moeswillige minagting van die wet. En laastens betaal ons 250.000 boete net omdat julle stormwater werk op die Dotoniqua wastewater treatment aanleg sonder omgewingsmagtiging gedoen het. Pure vermorsting as gevolg van nalatigheid. Speaker, hierdie regerende koalisie het gemaklik geword met foute omdat hulle weet hulle gaan net weer hul meerderheid gebruik om dit skoon te vee. Die PA is ware aanspreeklikheid, nie net vergifnis met 'n rubberstamp nie. Ons stem glad nie hieroor saam nie. Dan ten laaste wil ek afsluit om te noem dat ons het dat daar was ondersoeke geloods teen die raadslede. Ons wag al van verlede jaar af dat daai ondersoeke hier na die tafel toe kom in die raad. Baie dankie.
Thank you. Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, Councillor Foster firstly greeted the George residents as well as himself, and then he stated that the PA does not support the report, as it wants the matter to be answered in terms of the 69 million that is termed irregular and 1 million that is termed fruitless. He further says that the writing of these amounts would not be condoning maladministration, because of this. The employee who lied about her experience, and she was allowed to get away with it by resigning before or during the disciplinary hearing. So the further one is the payment of the 250,000 in fine for a job that was done without getting the permits at the waste treatment plant, and the accountability of the affected officials should be taken to task. Also then, in closing, he says there was investigations that were done or proposed to be done with certain councillors, and those investigations have not been brought forward yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Greef. You have 45 seconds, please.
Goedemiddag, Speaker. Die PBI neem met kommer kennis van die roekeloze hantering en spandering van belastingbetalers van George gelde. Ons as die PBI wilde dit dan ook onomwonde stel dat ons geensins daarmee tevrede is dat gelde wat vir brood nodig gehad aan duisende behoeftige gemeenskappe daar buite net so afgeskryf kan word nie. Speaker, die PBI sê dat die afskryf van hierdie gelde is vir die voordeel om die naam van die DA, ACDP en die Vryheidsfront te beskerm wat die dorp regeer. Dit is mos stemtyd en jou party moet in goeie boekies wees in die gemeenskap. Die PBI is en sal altyd die spreekbuis wees vir die agtergeblewenes, die wie se dakke afgewaai en alles verloor het in die storm, kon daardie geld nie nou gebruik word om die gemeenskap
Thank you, Councillor.
nie. Ons wil nou speaker, maar
Thank you.
ons wil nou speaker, maar kan kom 4 November, dis PBI of niks.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Lowe. You have 3 minutes, please. Sorry, the translation, please.
Councillor says that as the PBI, they do not agree with the writing off of these amounts because they are of the view that the money is actually taxpayers' money that could have been used to deal with the needs of the community outside. The write-off is not supported because it is also painting a good picture for the people, and the money is actually not used in a good manner. So the PBI is proving that this process not being done, it does not support the write-off. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. The next person to speak on the item is Councillor Lowe. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on this item, the Good Party records our strong objection, and we also question the role of the Public Accounts Committee in bringing this recommendation to Council. We are dealing with approximately 69 million rand in irregular and wasteful expenditure. That is not an administrative error. That is money that should have delivered services to the people of George. To now be told it should simply be certified as irrecoverable and written off because value for money was received is unacceptable. What concerns us even more is that MPEC, the committee mandated to hold the executive to account on the behalf of council, is supporting this write-off without first demanding full answers. So we ask 3 questions. Where is the proof? MPEC cannot support a write-off based on a certain assertion where the independent verification that services were delivered at market value. Where is the audit trail showing that SCM was bypassed for legitimate emergency reasons? If MPEC does not have that evidence, then it should not be recommending a write-off. Secondly, where is the accountability? MPEC's job is to ensure that when public money is lost, someone is held responsible. Before we write off 69 million rand, council deserves to know who authorized it, why process was ignored, and what disciplinary or criminal steps have been taken. Approving a write-off without that information undermines MPEC's own mandate. Number 3, what message does this send? If MPEC supports writing off 69 million rand without consequences, we tell every official and supplier that process does not matter. That is how waste becomes culture. The Good Party position is clear. We do not support this write-off. Conduct a full investigation within 60 days, identify responsible officials and suppliers, report on recovery, disciplinary action and criminal referrals, and only then return to council with a recommendation. Speaker, residents are already paying the price through poor services and high rates. Council and MPEC must show that we are on the side of those residents, not on the side of recovering or of financial mismanagement. We cannot and will not support a writing off of 69 million rand without answers. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the next speaker. Councillor Lamini, you have 30 seconds.
Speaker, my grootouers lewe, my ancestors live. You know, Speaker, on Wednesday I'm going to be in a hearing about this thing, where you chased me out of the council. Here we have the proof, Speaker. I can't wait for Wednesday. Speaker, 69 miljoen rand word afgeskryf, of moet afgeskryf word, die companies wat ek bevraagteken het, Speaker. Jy het gesê ek is 'n racist. Speaker, hier is bewyse nou. Speaker, ek glo en ek vertrou dat as EFF gaan ons nie meer saamstem nie, and we can't allow it. Thank you, Speaker. See you Thursday.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The last person to speak on the item is Councillor Meertling. You have 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
what is clear to me that the speakers has not really read the agenda as such, and they will note that these items were all assessed by the Auditor General, and corrections has been made according to the National Treasury circulars, what is prescribed by the Auditor. I therefore second the proposal by Alderman De Tooy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We will move on. The item therefore carries. We'll move on to item 11. We've already dealt with item 11.1, 11.2. We'll therefore move on to item 11.3. Uniform standing procedures, breach of code of conduct for municipal councillors, non-attendance, 2426. First to speak on the item is Elder Lady van Brandes. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Now, I know this might not be the most exciting item on the agenda, but it is definitely a very important one. At the end of the day, communities elected us to be present, to participate, and to represent them in this chamber and in committee meetings. Attendance is not optional when residents expect accountability from all of us. This policy creates a fair and uniform process to deal with non-attendance and ensure there are consequences where councillors fail to fulfill their responsibilities without valid reason. The proposed amendments further strengthens accountability by making the fine applicable where a councillor fails to remain for the full duration of a meeting without consent. Importantly, the report also notes that the draft policy was workshopped with councillors and that inputs received were incorporated into the revised draft policy. So this is not something imposed without engagement. It was discussed collectively. Good governance is not only about passing budgets and policies, it is also about setting standards for ourselves as public representatives. If we expect officials to be accountable, then councillors must also be accountable. This policy helps protect the integrity of council, strengthens public confidence, and ensure that attendance and participation are taken seriously. I therefore recommend the recommendation, Speaker.
Thank you. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gom. You have 2 minutes.
Enkosi Speaker, esingeyensi siyayilotha le item. Enkosi.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we note this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Foster. You have 1 minute.
Speaker, I will speak on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance. Speaker, the Patriotic Alliance note this item. However, Speaker, I want to voice our concerns. These SAT committees is not meetings where the DA just rubber stamp their whatever they want to do. They must be open for constructive debate. When we come to council, Speaker, there's a lot of these items that can be dealt on a SAT level. Yes, we know we must be there, but when you come there and then you must just tell voor and secondary. You must debate and talk out the issues because we want to work, we want to represent our communities. And I'm very glad that the Chief Whip is bringing in this because there's a lot of DA councillors that will have a lot of fines. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gertze. You have 2 minutes.
Speaker, baie dankie. Speaker, ons as die PBI neem kennis van hierdie verslag. Maar ons wil dit weer eens duidelik stel en uitwys hoe selectief die DA vir H1+ en ACDP optree wanneer dit by dissipline van hulle eie gelede kom. Ons glo dissipline is noodsaaklik, Speaker, wanneer enige raad, maar dissipline moet konsekwent, billik en sonder dubbele standaarde toegepas word. Vandag sit ons in hierdie raad, in hierdie vergadering met lede van die regerende koalisie, wat deur komitees van die raad skuldig bevind is aan wangedrag, Speaker, maar steeds hier sit en as eerbare lede deelneem sonder enige daadwerklike aanspreeklikheid. Tussen hulle is daar selfs individue wie se optrede buite hierdie raad die integriteit van die raad in twyfel trek. Hoe kan hierdie raad vandag reëls, sanksies en gedragskodes bespreek en bekragtig terwyl dieselfde reëls selektief toegepas word? Dit stuur 'n verkeerde boodskap uit aan die publiek en maak 'n bespotting van die grondwet wat die hoogste gesag in ons land is. Speaker, ons kan nie van ander verwag om dissipline te handhaaf as diegene wat tans die leiding neem self nie bereid is om 'n eie huis skoon te maak nie. Ons as die PBI is 'n gereformeerde party en nie dubbelsinnigheid, politieke bevoordeling of selektiewe geregtigheid sal ons duld nie. Reëls moet vir almal geld, Speaker, ongeag politieke kleur of posisie, en dis PBI of niks. I thank you.
Can I have a translation, please?
Speaker, the council is saying that
Councillors, can we please continue with this meeting?
the council is stating that the political party is in favor of fair discipline being meted out in council, but there should not be a double standards in process forward, because the cases of ACDF and FF plus councillors who had the name of the council in district court were not brought back to this council, and they say that a lot of the issues that affect the coalition are not put forward, and they are accused of misconduct. But how can this council then apply such rules of order in such a selective manner? It sends out the wrong message to the community when the people in the highest authority are not being treated equally. Rules must apply to everyone, Council Speaker. And then the speakers have also said they cannot accept that the disciplinary processes should only apply to certain of the members, whilst the members of the ruling party, to the ruling coalition, do not clean their own house. The PBI is a disciplinary party and it will not support the applying of selective justice. So the rules must be applied to everyone irrespective of parties.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak on the item.
Speaker, ons vra dat die ding moet teruggaan by die council, because daar het net 25 councillors die workshop geattend, of wat die laaste bladsy, Speaker, as jy kyk na die register, dan is dit die een persoon geskryf, alle ander name. So hier is 'n voorstel, Speaker, dat dit moet teruggaan council toe, dat al 55 councillors dit kan attend. Speaker, dink aan mense wat nooit by die council was, verlede jaar en die laaste 9 jaar in die Speaker. Nou gaan hulle nou begin weer, nou die dag.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. But however, Councillor, I need to correct you. Workshops do not have a quorum. So it is up to you to attend the meetings. They don't have a quorum. Thank you very much, Councillor. It doesn't matter, Councillor. It's a workshop. Councillor, the next person to speak on the item is Councillor Jantjies, please.
Honourable Speaker and Honourable Councillors, being a councillor is a noble and responsible position in society. Not attending council meetings is a gross dereliction of public duty and direct contravention of your oath of office. I therefore so propose. Second.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. The next item on the agenda is item 11.
Speaker, on a point of information please, can you just help me right? Ek is net 'n bietjie confused. Help my asseblief. So volgens u, Speaker, is dat 25 mense kan besluit vir almal. Ek wil dit weet.
Councillor, let me put it to you in simple terms. When you have a meeting in your ward and 10 people pitch up,
We don't have meeting because
well, that's your problem.
If we don't
The
have
fact
meeting-
remains that there is no quorum in a workshop. It is your duty to be there or not.
Because, Speaker,
And that is, Councillor, I'm not going to get into a debate with you. Thank you. We're moving on. The next item is 11.4 and the alignment of the electrical engineering services organogram. The first person to speak is Councillor Jantjies. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. Electricity being a contentious and strategic commodity in any society, anywhere in the world, Council has decided last year, in August 2025, to revise the chronogram of the Electrical Services Department with the delivery and efficient and effective electrical services in mind. Moreover, the local labour former was consulted, whereupon it was approved in December last year. The revision of the structure was discussed again at directors level, where any other directorate revisions could be considered. All affected staff at the Electrical Services Department were invited to a consultative meeting, which was staged in April this year. Moreover, it is further noted that the process followed is aligned with the provisions of municipal staff regulations, including consultation at the local labour forum and engagements with affected staff. Whilst it is indicated that the revision does not result in additional financial implications whatsoever, it must be confirmed and monitored, particularly in respect of post-grading, reporting structures, and any future cost pressures that may arise from its implementation. Furthermore, the municipality must ensure that the revised structure remains fully compliant with the municipal staff regulations requirements, and the approval by council and submission to the MEC are procedurally sound. Therefore, council must consider the approval of the revisions of the Department of Electoral Services on an organogram for submission to the MEC as required in the MSR, and therefore I so propose.
Thank you, Councillor. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Kom. You have 1 minute.
Enkosi Speaker kwakhona singoyensi sayinota i-item ndisinethemba mhlawumbi ke le ndlela abazawuza nayo usebenza uyeletro izawusinceda kwezi zinto sinazo especially kwicala kwa-eletro. Enkosi.
Translation, please.
Thank you, Speaker. As the ANC, we note this item, and the system that they're proposing will probably assist us very well as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next to speak on the item is Councillor Gregory. You have 1 minute.
Goedemiddag, Speaker. Speaker, die PA neem kennis van hierdie item. Ons wil ook graag vragen dat daar dringend aandacht gegee raak aan al die straatligte wat af is in al die wijken. Specifiek in Hot 20, Hoyges, dat daar 3 straatligte vir meer as 3 maanden dood is. Ek was oral om het aangemerk. Tot dusver was daar nog niemand vir die ligte nie, en is baie gevaarlik vir ons inwoners van Nam op 'n naweek. Want dis gaat donker straatjies wat dood is, wat hulle regtig moet vir aandag gee. Groot asseblief, Speaker, en ook sommer al die strate wat vuil en deur mekaar is, laat hulle dit skoonmaak, die werkers daai kan. Groot asseblief, daai 10 mense wat daar werk van die dametje daar. Baie dankie, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on the item is Councillor Goldich.
Thank you for the opportunity, Speaker. As mentioned just now, those concerns will be met if we can approve this item within Council now. The recommendation here states that Council must consider, but we want to like to change it to Council must approve. And therefore, I would like to then propose that Council must approve the revision of the Department of Electrical Services organogram and submission to the MEC as required in the Municipal Staff of Regulations 890 and 891 and 2021. This will increase and improve service delivery for street lights that is not working. Thank you.
That was difficult, Councillor. Very difficult. But we'll move on. The item is therefore carried. Item 11.5, establishment of a crushing and builders rubble recycle facility on R52 and 54 and reservation of R53 and 55 for a waste to energy plant at the Huang Industrial Development on R102. The first person to speak on this is Councillor Katana.
Thank you, Speaker. Goedemiddag allemaal. Molweni kubantu bonke base George. Councillor Katana lo uthethayo. Speaker, we recommend that the report be noted. That is A, and then B, that the reservation of Aaron 52, 53, and the Huaying Industrial Development for the establishment of crushing facility and waste to energy plant be supported. C, that the concept plan for the Huaying mixed use precinct be supported. D, that the Director of Community Services be mandated to proceed with the processes to the establishment of the crushing facility. Speaker, I so propose. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next to speak on the item is Councillor N. Eso. You've got 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. The PA support this as we see this as employment opportunities for our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last person to speak on this item is Councillor Brown. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. As a caring government, we're committed to building cleaner, safer, and more sustainable communities for all residents. Supporting the crushing of builders' rubble is not only about managing waste responsibility, but also about protecting our environment and improving the quality of life in our neighbourhoods. By recycling reconstruction rubble into reusable material, we reduce illegal dumping, ease pressure at our landfill sites, and create material that can be used for future infrastructure. And as for the energy to waste, it creates opportunities for being less reliant on electricity and gives us more opportunity to recycle and reuse our waste into energy. So right now, if we look at the present situation, our current trajectory is neither sustainable nor responsible. Reducing landfill is not just good for the environment, it is good for budget. In practical terms, the municipality can reduce landfill costs, lower transport expenses, and save on new fill material for infrastructure and maintenance projects. By supporting this item, we're affirming our role as leaders who are prepared to make measured, responsible decisions in the interest of long-term sustainability and good governance. I'm therefore satisfied that this recommendation is both appropriate and necessary, and I fully support and second item 115 to reduce waste to landfill. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The item therefore carries. Councillors, I'm just going to ask that while somebody's on the floor, please do not engage in a private meeting. I'm sitting here and I'm listening to 3 different people talking at the same time. And despite you don't having a mic, I can hear what you're saying. So we're going to move on. The next item on the agenda is motions or proposals deferred from previous meetings. We've received none. Motions new, item 13. I've received no new motions. Item 14, matters at the discretion of the Speaker. No, nothing. And then item 15, urgent matters by the Municipal Manager. Do you have anything? That brings us to the end of the open portion of this council meeting. I'm now going to ask that the camera gets switched off. Chief Whip, are we okay to carry on straight away, or should we have a break? Okay, we're okay. Right.